ところで、実は今日の昼に逮捕された貼り付け事件の容疑者は実行犯に過ぎなくて黒幕がいるっていう話があるんだけど、どう思うかな。
Why was this guy being friendly? And what did he mean? What are my thoughts on this? What was that supposed to mean? Was he asking me my opinion? To be fair, whenever they asked a famous criminologist on TV for his opinion, he would always say the same boring things. It wouldn't be too hard to do a better job than that. But I didn't care. I had stopped caring about Nugent entirely. I had come here to have somebody kill me, not to answer questions from reporters. I didn't even have the strength left to do it if I wanted to.
それでね、西条君、ズバリ聞くけど、真犯人と目される人物は通称その目誰の目と言われていて、それは君なんじゃないかっていう噂があるんだよね。
そうかもね。
My whisper was picked up by the microphones and sent all throughout Shibuya by the big TVs. A murmur arose from the crowd. They were starting to become even more murderous. Just kill me. I want to be free. Don't make me put up with this bullshit. But the microphones got even closer. They were pushing right against my mouth. Like a bursting dam, the other reporters began to shower me with questions.
それは事件への関与を認める発言と考えていいんですか？
現実とゲームとの区別ができなくなるような経験はありますか？
逮捕された小前田容疑者との関係について聞かせてください。
人を殺したのはやはりゲーム感覚だったりします？
Maybe I am like a video game character, in a sense. Somebody reset me. Let me get a game over.
どうして？
And when I said that, the tension in the crowd around me reached its peak and burst.
死ね！
人でなし。きちん
殺してやるよ。
地獄に落ちる。
死刑にしろ！ぶち殺せ！殺人鬼！
A wave of people crashed towards me. I was caught up in its smell, screams and shouts all around me. I was smashed between the press of people. I found myself picked up off the ground, pressed by bodies from all directions. As my feet left the ground, I struggled, but helplessly. They struck me in the head, hit me in the arm, but it wasn't enough pain to kill me. Even when I thought they would strangle me, I still didn't resist. I let the chaos have its way with me, and suddenly the pressure disappeared. I fell to the ground. Saratan slipped from my hand. She rolled along the asphalt. People's legs were all around me, like trees in a forest. My wife was rolling between them. I reached my hand out desperately, but couldn't grab her. Her dazzling smile, the smile that had kept me going, was crushed by someone's leather shoes. Then someone kicked her tiny body and sent her flying. A woman's red heel came down on her torso, crushing it.
Sarah?
I called out, but there was no answer. My one ally was gone. The sorrow threatened to crush me. Now I had no reason to stay alive at all. I looked up and saw the walls of people had even blocked out the night sky. Nobody noticed I was crouching here. I was right here and nobody saw. I was begging them to kill me and nobody heard. Why was everyone ignoring me? Suddenly, I felt it on my neck, the prickling, the gaze of God.
君は
It was in my head.
ここで死んじゃダメだ。
The voice echoed. I gasped.
イソードを手に入れて。
I clenched my jaw hard.
将軍
I looked for his wheelchair amid the forest of legs. I looked for some asshole in a Darth Spider cosplay. So, this whole thing was your doing, was it? I should have known. Are you going to show up in that stupid cosplay again and threaten me? Or are you trying to make me do the same thing you tried to make me do before? All I want is death. I don't want to be a living freak show anymore.
あの時の自称将軍は僕じゃない。僕はコスプレはしないよ。
I don't care. Just kill me already.
あいつらが動き出しているんだ。この場は今以上の混乱になるよ。
They?
すべての黒幕。この混乱を引き起こした者たち。混乱を利用して利己を追求しようとする者たち。彼らを止められるのは君だけなんだ。
I sat up. The yelling and screaming was still going on above me. Nobody was looking at me at all. The crowd and media were all jumbled up now. They were grabbing each other, swearing at each other, hitting each other. What had gotten into them?
沈黙の兵器。ノア2はすでに稼働してる。この混乱が起とされた一番の目的は無差別人体実験。
Something hard hit my head. It hurt badly. It hurt badly enough that I thought my skull had been busted open. I put my hands to my head and pressed hard to dull the pain. I looked around with tear-stained eyes to see a fist-sized rock nearby. There was a little bit of blood on it. Someone must have thrown it and hit me. It was an awful aching pain. When I put my hand on the wound, I felt something wet and slick. My fingertips were stained with blood. My blood. I heard a loud pop sound in the distance. Then a woman's scream. A gunshot? Was there someone here with a gun? Why was everyone so excited? Why was everybody so eager to fight somebody they had never met? Why was everybody acting so bizarrely? Weren't they all waiting for me to be the bad guy? The sacrifice?
渋谷の GE レート、バイオリズムがありえないくらいに上昇してるんだよ。言ったでしょ。無差別人体実験だって。この場にいる人たちは今、見えない攻撃を受けているんだ。
I heard that sound, the creaking sound. Oh, thank you very much for the headbat, friend. Is it a little off-center there? Welcome to the stream, Con. Don't know if this is the best game for you to be joining. It's a pretty scary, spooky game, but well, welcome in, I guess. Thank you for the head pat. I heard that sound, the creaking sound, the rusty sound. like the last gasp of a dying woman, the sound of a wheelchair's wheels. So many people were crammed into the square, walls of people, waves of people roiling and undulating. But as Shogun wheeled forward, no one collided with him. No one tried to stop him. He came right toward me. His body was so small, so frail and thin. He was covered in wrinkles, and looked like his bones might break at the slightest touch. His eyes were cloudy. I couldn't tell what he was looking at, what he was seeing. I couldn't take my eyes off him. The noise of the crowd around me suddenly became distant.
ずっと君を見ていたよ。
It was the same voice I had heard when we first met. It wasn't the strange voice I had heard at Oakfront.
君は誰なの？
僕は君だよ。
And with those two words, I understood.
僕を妄想して生み出したのも、神の自然の正体も君だったんだね。
This man was my creator, the person whose delusion had created me, and someone I would never, ever be able to defeat.
君の名前は？
西条匠。
The real me, the original.
君はいくつなの？
君と同い年だよ。君の設定とね。
17 years old, and he was so small and wrinkled.
このままだと世界が死んじゃう。ノア2にあらゆる人の心は支配されちゃう。だから君に託したんだ。
Entrusted what to me?
意味がわかんないよ。そんなの僕には関係ない。頼むよ。僕を消して。今すぐに消してほしい。
The wrinkles on Shogun's face moved. It looked like he was trying to change his expression, but I couldn't tell what it was supposed to be.
全部僕のせいなんだ。僕が IR2 を妄想しちゃったせいで。なんとか止めようとしたけど、僕はこんな体だから満足に動くこともできない。それで君を生み出した。君に止めてもらうために。
そんなの知らない。僕は君のコピーだけど、僕はやりたくない。コピーだけが苦しまなくちゃいけないなんて、そんなの嫌だ。死なせてよ。
君はコピーじゃない。もう一人の僕だ。
つまりコピーじゃないか。君のしてることはすごく残酷だ。
悪かったって思ってるよ。でも他に方法はなかった。今世界の命運は君にかかっていると言っても過言じゃないんだ。だから
そんなのリミに頼めばいいじゃないか。知り合いなんでしょ。
Know her. I said those words deliberately. She might have been his girlfriend, or his friend. I didn't want to think about either possibility. And then I realized how I felt, even though it was far too late. I was jealous of my original, even though I was just his copy. I was so ugly, so disgusting. What right did I have to be jealous? My feelings made me want to throw up. I felt even more depressed. I just wanted to die.
リミはナナミを助けに行って逆に捕まっちゃったんだ。
え？
リミはね、僕を救おうとしてくれていた。その理由は君も知っているよね。
あれは空。あの空はどうしてあんなに泣きたくなるくらい青いのかな。
それを望んだから。
私は望んでない。
僕が望んだんだ。ここは君の心象世界であると同時に僕の心象世界でもあるから。
Remy turned to look at me. She seemed confused.
あなた誰？ここには私以外はいないはずなのに。あなたは別の私？
違うよ。
だったら誰？どうやってここに来たの？私の心の中だよ。ずっと暗闇しかなかった。光は私に当たるスポットライトだけ。それなのにあなたが来た途端に暗闇がなくなって空ができた。
妄想がシンクロしたんだ。君の力がとても強かったから。
そう。
Remy looked back up at the sky, an azure sky so clear it looked like you could see forever.
私本物の空見たことないんだ。私っていう人格が生まれた時にはね、もう暗い部屋に閉じ込められてた。心の中も外も闇しかなかった。そこからは絶対に出してもらえないの。私今死のうとしてたんだ。心を自殺させるの。きっとこれまでの私もそうしてきたと思うし。でもせっかくあなたが空を持ってきてくれたから、この光景を記憶に刻んでおいていいかな。次の私がまたこう して想像できるように。
死にたいの？
うん。
本当の空を見てみたいとは思わないの？
ねえ、空って本当にあるのかな？
あるよ。でも現実の空はこの空よりも汚れてる。
どこにある？あの空はどこにあるの？
君が望めばどこにでも。
望んでいいの？
もちろんだよ。
どうやって望むの？
光は電磁場の波。その振動現象を人の視覚は色として捉えるんだ。自分のデッドスポットに望む色を当てはめてごらん。そうすれば君の望む世界の色を作り出せる。世界は君の望みに応えてくれるよ。
Days, or perhaps months, passed after that meeting. Remy came to my hospital room. She and I were both staying in the same hospital, and we both had the same gigalomaniac power, though whether we should be proud of it or hate it, I didn't know.
お兄、お客さんだよ。ねえねえ、誰？彼女さん、いつの間に？やるね、お兄ってば。また会えたね。
She looked so tired. Her skin was sickly pale. Her hair was a mess and far too long. Her nails were cracked, and she kept squinting like she wasn't used to bright light.
本物の空は見られた？
うん。あ、そうだ。
Nanami had been watching us carefully. Suddenly she clapped her hands together like she had remembered something.
ナナ、お洗濯してこなくちゃ。リミさんでしたっけ？どうぞごゆっくり。
Nanami left. Remy and I watched her go, neither with much emotion. Remy turned back to me.
匠はいつから入院してるの
5年ぐらい。
退院の予定は
ないよ。僕の余命はあと2年ぐらいだと思うし。
私はあなたのおかげで頑張ることができた。終わりなんて絶対にないと思ってた。でもあなたが教えてくれた空を見るまで頑張ろうと思った。そしたら急に外に出してもらえた。用済みになったって言った方が正しいかもしれないけど、
そう。
私はあなたに救われたの。だから今度は私があなたの力になりたい。
そんなの気にしなくていい。わざわざ僕に会いに来なくてもいいよ。君にはこれから普通に生きてほしい。
普通の生き方なんてわからないから。
Rimi's past, Rimi's feelings, Rimi's resolve. I remembered them all, and it made my chest tighten up in pain.
なんでリミは僕に近づいてきたの？
彼女は君の近くにいることで、君の行動、君に接触してくる人間のことを監視して、君を覚醒させないようにしていたんだ。彼女を恨まないであげて。彼女はただおせっかいなだけなんだ。
There was a sad echo in Shogun's voice.
巻き込みたくなかったのに、彼女は僕がどれだけ止めても聞いてくれなかった。勝手に僕に恩義なんか感じて、本当におせっかいだよ。
リミとナナミは誰に捕まってるの？
プロジェクトノアの責任者、すべての黒幕、野呂瀬源一。かつてリミを捕らえて拷問していた男でもある。それなのにリミはナナミと僕と、そして君を助けるためにあの男のところへたった一人で乗り込んでいっちゃった。
The voice came back into my head. It was Rimi speaking, but she was saying things I had never heard her say. They were words Shogun had heard.
リミ？
私、実はちょっとした報告があります。ナナちゃんをこれから助けに行こうと思って。
やめるんだ。君はあの男、野呂瀬とはもう会いたくないでしょ。
私って信用されてないな。平気だってば。昔の話だしね。そもそも私の感情とナナちゃんを助けることとどっちを優先させるかなんて決まりきってることだよ。
ナナミを助けるのもプロジェクトノアを止めるのも僕のやるべきことだ。君はそこまでしなくていいんだよ。
言ったでしょ。私はあなたの力になりたいって。それにタクには関わらせたくないの。
おせっかいだね。
そうかもね。あなたにしか言われたことはないけど。ねえ、ちょっとだけ語っちゃっていいかな。タクにね、いろいろひどいこと言っちゃったんだ。しかもそんなことしておいてすっごく自分勝手なんだけど、私彼と一緒に過ごした時間はとっても楽しかったって思っちゃってるんだ。何もかもが妄想でまみれたまやかしでしかなかったのに。学生生活もあの学校に私やタクが通っていることも、大地と友達だっていうことも、私がタクと一緒にいようとしたことも、 タクの存在そのものも、タクってどうしようもないくらい情けなくて、どうしようもないくらい弱くて、きっと普通の女だったら見向きもしないような男の子なんだよ。なのに私の心には楽しかったっていう気持ちがあるの。なのに私の心にはもっと一緒にいたかったっていう気持ちがあるの。この気持ちって何なのかな。
インプリンティングのようなものかもしれないね。
Imprinting. Imprinting is a biological process whereby a newborn child automatically believes that the first thing it sees is its mother. Such imprinting can occur even when the newborn sees a creature of an entirely different species. Even after imprinting, it is possible to retrain the child by offering it a new parent.
本能っていうことかな。それって意外とロマンチックかも。
君が楽しかったなら、きっと彼も楽しかったと思うよ。
そうだといいな。私はタクと似たようなものだから、肉体が妄想から作られた存在と、人格が妄想から作られた存在と、どっちも変わらないでしょ。だからタクのこと消したくなかった。消さなくちゃダメだって思ってたんだけどね。でもいつの間にか感情移入しちゃったみたい。タクにはごく普通に暮らしていってもらいたいの。私はタクミもタクも助けたい。ねえ、タクのことはそっとしておいてあげて。
そういうわけにはいかない。ノア2を破壊するために彼は必要だよ。
私が何とかするから。
君はそんなことしなくていい。君こそごく普通に暮らしていくべきだ。
さてと、そろそろ切るね。
リミ、やめて。
本当に大丈夫だって。あなたは何も心配しないで。私が全部決着をつけてくるから。ね、たくみ。
Now, far past the point when it could possibly matter, the warmth of Remi's words filled my heart. She really was nosy. What could drive her to do all this? What could drive her to do so much for another person?
私はタクの味方だから。
My memories with Remi came flooding back. We hadn't spent long together at all, and there were feelings hidden behind each word she had spoke.
私が一緒にいてあげる。
For this past year and a half, I hadn't done much but play ESO and H games, along with some real money trading. I'd spent all day on them, barely ever leaving the base. I almost never went to school. I never tried to talk to anybody. I was alive, but I had lived my life like I was dead. But this past month or so had been totally different. even if in the end she had been lying to me.
朝一緒に学校行って
She had been there for me.
学校では休み時間にどうでもいいこと話して
When I had been afraid, she had made me feel better.
お昼休みは一緒にご飯食べて
She had always been there to support a loser like me. She had been there to make me feel better.
夕方一緒に帰って
She had given me a hug and held me in her arms.
帰るついでにたまにどこかのお店に寄ったりして
I was a delusion, but she had taught me about human warmth.
タクの部屋でちょっとだけおしゃべりして
She could have erased me, but instead tried to protect me.
それでまた明日ねって手を振って別れて
She had given me memories.
そんなのでいいなら私いくらでもしてあげるよ
I had only been alive a year and a half, but I could remember every instant I had spent with Remy.
そういうの結構憧れなんだ
The small little gestures she made, the scent of her hair, the sound of her breathing, the sparkle in her eyes, the cheer in her voice, her gentle warmth. Now I understand. I'm in love with Remy. Disgusting. I chuckled at just how disgusting I was. A guy who didn't even exist falling in love with somebody. Could a delusion even fall in love? Or maybe I was just imagining things. I couldn't tell. I wanted to be honest about these feelings. Remy saw me as a friend, not as a potential boyfriend, and a creepy loser like me wasn't anywhere near worthy of her. But even if it was just one way, even if it was just for my own self-satisfaction, even if I was just a delusion, I wanted to do something to help someone, to help Remy before I disappeared. When a creepy otaku falls in love, it's creepy. When a delusion falls in love, it's creepy. But so what? Even if it's creepy, even if it's never going to happen, I didn't want those feelings to be a delusion or my imagination. Our memories of the past month were a shared awareness between me and Remy. Even if everything else was a lie, these memories and the feelings they created were real.
世界を救ってほしい。
Shogun spoke. I shook my head.
僕は勇者じゃない。人間でもない。そんな僕に世界を救えとか何を考えてるの？
君には本当に悪いと思ってるけど、君にやってもらうしかないんだ。
自分に謝るなんてバカみたいだ。
I glared at the real me. The real me stared back at the fake me.
僕は君が嫌いだ。
僕は君が羨ましいよ。
僕は世界のためになんか頑張らない。世界を救うとかそんなことどうでもいい。
I had decided for myself the reason I was born.
ただ僕はリミを助ける。
ありがとう。
The sounds around me returned. The confusion around me had only increased. At this point it was a riot. I was surrounded by the smell of blood, by screaming, by pained moans, and the noise of some kind of machine, like a microphone feeding back onto itself. It was everywhere.
ディソードを手に入れる方法を教えて。
君はすでにそれを知っているはずだよ。
I looked up. I tried to find the D sword blended in with the scenery. Flying rocks, tear gas smoke, people colliding all around me. I shut out all of it and searched for the sword I had seen for just an instant on the roof of O'Front. I should be able to see it. It should be there. Part of the scenery, blended in. Find it. The D sword is always by your side.
見つけた。
The building just to the right of the 107. There was a colorful vertical sign plastered to its side. It looked to me like the shape of a sword. I gulped nervously. I had been able to see its shape on top of the O-front building too, but I hadn't been able to grab it.
自分の意志を強く持つんだ。迷っちゃダメだからね。君にはもう剣を手に入れる資格は十分にある。
I reached out from where I stood. If I was going to save the person I loved, I needed this sword. I needed it. I bit down on my lower teeth. This wasn't like last time. I was surprised at how calm my heart was. There was no fear. I couldn't let myself be afraid. But I wasn't calm either. There was an emotion burning and boiling up inside me. There was something I had to do, no matter what.
掴むんだ。
I was about 100 meters from the 107. I moved my hand so that it seemed to overlap with the blade, and clenched. My hand was reaching out into empty open space, but I felt something. It wasn't cold or hot or hard or soft. I slowly pulled it toward me, holding it tight in my hand. Ripples appeared in the air, and out of the ripples it came. Far too long to be called a sword. So delicate it felt like it could snap at any moment, filled with an unearthly elegance, but not a trace of ornamentation. Pure malice that threatened to drain away your soul. Beautiful curves that inspired awe and fear. The flames decorating its hilt flickered in time with the beating of my racing heart. It didn't feel heavy at all. In fact, it felt like it had become one with my hand, like it had always been there, a part of my body. It didn't feel like I was really holding a sword at all. So, this was a D sword. I held it tight with both hands. Right now, I could real boot it too. If I could make the people around me aware of it too, this sword would become real. I didn't know how, so I just focused. Become real, I shouted in my mind. There was no more hesitation. The D sword began to glow, as if in answer to my call. The decorative flames on the hilt became real, engulfing the blade in fire. I didn't feel any heat. The flames were soon absorbed by the whole blade. And with a violent shockwave, the D sword glowed red. Some of the people around me saw the weapon and were watching in shock, but only a few. The others were still fighting and cursing one another. The riot showed no signs of stopping.
この暴動を引き起こしているポーターたちを探すんだ。彼らの持つ機械を破壊すればバイオリズムの高騰も収まる。
ポーター。
ノア2の端末としての存在。君はすでにそのヒントを見てきたはずだよ。君の頭の中にそれは記憶として刻まれている。
I awakened it, the thing I had seen.
地点 L2 の8 0.62 メガ GE ハイスコアです。
望み。
我が社ではポーターと呼んでいます。言い換えればマインドコントロールのための部隊といったところでしょうか。
The things I had seen unconsciously, the things I had unconsciously read with my mind.
僕は盗撮野郎ってことか。お似合いだね。
I let out a small, self-depreciating chuckle as Shogun calmly gave me my next
チャネルを
directions.
解放してポーターたちの心を読むんだ。コズピーのようにね。彼らはこのスクランブル交差点のどこかに居場所を探り当てて。
Unlock the channels. I didn't even have to think about how I would do it. I had already done it before I could even think about it. And when I did, the minds of all these people, their negative emotions, all became visible to me. It all came flooding in at once. Malice, hatred, jealousy, lust, subservience, cowardice, frivolity, filth, cunning, indecency, ugliness, vulgarity, greed, madness, murder. The hidden ugliness of all these people was revealed to me in a way more direct, more cruel, more terrible than words. All the negative emotions mankind could possess came at me in a torrent of images, enveloping my mind, shattering and violating it. They looked at me with disgust, hurt me with their words, spat on me. My nails were torn off. I was punched again and again in the face, kicked from behind. My hair was ripped out. My nose was bitten off. My eyeballs were pulled from their sockets. My tongue was yanked from my mouth. My blood was drained. I was burned by hot water. My anus was... Oh, holy shit. My skin was torn off. My arms were cut off. All my bones were broken. I was struck with blunt weapons, stabbed with sharp ones. My organs were torn out. I was strangled, eaten by huge beasts, pushed off high places, drowned in the water, burnt in the flames. If I synchronized with them all, my mind would shatter. I felt like I was going crazy. I bit my teeth and tried as hard as I could to focus. Had Kozubi lived her whole life like
見るべ
this?
き妄想をコントロールするんだ。全てを受信しちゃダメだ。標的を絞り込む。音を頼りにするんだ。
Sound. I listened as hard as I could, struggling to fight off the waves of delusions. All I could hear were voices. I shut them out and searched for the sound. I heard it, a mechanical sound, the sound Seiratan had said would kill me. I had heard it in the memories of others too. Senna had used her D-sword to destroy the porter's backpack that had been emitting this sound. If I focused on it, I could hear a very specific delusion. There were multiple voices. There was more than just one porter here, it seemed.
3人いるみたいだ。
I held my breath and took a step forward. The crowd was chaotic. Everyone in Scramble Crossing was moving around, fighting without the slightest regard for any other human being. It was hard to walk straight. I hacked into the delusions of the people in the direction I was going. The people in front of me began to part. They made a path before me. 50 meters away, I saw a single man. There was nothing standing between us now. Our eyes met. He was pudgy, wearing a suit and carrying a backpack.
1人目
I ran. I ran through the crowd without running into anyone. Straight ahead, via the fastest possible route, trailing the D-sword behind me. When the porter saw me, he turned tail and tried to run, but I wouldn't let him. Just like Senna had done, I swung the huge D-sword, even taller than I was, in a horizontal arc. It still seemed to weigh nothing. I could control it like it was a part of my body. Its tip sliced into the backpack. The backpack and its contents were vaporized, as if they had been melted by something impossibly hot. The man dropped to his knees, holding his hands over his head to protect himself. I ignored him and headed for the second one. Directly beneath O-Front, once again the obstacles between us disappeared. A path formed. A man was standing there. He was rail thin and wearing jeans and a checkered shirt. His hair was long and his skin was sickly pale. He was holding his bag carefully, like it contained some dear treasure. He noticed me and immediately tried to hide within the crowd. But before he could, I threw the D-sword. Fly. I envisioned the scene in my delusion. It ignored all laws of physics, flying parallel to the ground and accelerating as it went. It subtly altered its course as it flew and rammed right through the porter's backpack. There was a small burst of light and the man toppled to the ground. One left. I ran over to the fallen man and recovered my D-sword. The third was in front of the Hachiko statue. I knew this one. I had encountered them a few times before. Actually, in fact, I had talked to her almost every day. The crowd parted and once again a path was formed. At the end of it, I saw a woman who looked very out of place. She was in a white nurse's
あ
outfit.
なたが3人目です。葉月さん。いや、グリム。
The nurse who had smiled so kindly at me at the hospital. Now she was glaring at me, daggers in her eyes. There was a large handbag in her hands. It was probably a Noah 2 terminal.
真実を暴くんだ。彼女がしてきたことをこの場にいる人たちに提示すれば、この熱病のような混乱は収まる。
What she's done.
彼女がグリムなら、これまでの不自然な言動に君は気づいているはず。僕が最初に君に接触した時のことを思い出して。僕は君に貼り付け事件の予言をした。君への継承だった。でも僕よりも先に貼り付けを予言した人間がいる。
I remembered the chat log from that night. Just before Shogun had spoken to me, Grim had left the room, along with the joke image he had drawn. Or she had drawn, or something. It was the one that Hazuki had been drawing on the medical charts. It was a very poorly drawn picture, but what it showed was the crucified murder. And then there was what Grim had said about the New Gen murders too. It's all happening right near your house, LOL. I had never told him where I lived in Shibuya, and even just a few hours ago, Grim had said something that showed he knew I was Takumi Nishijo. You're famous. They'll all be excited to see you. And then the second time I had gone to the hospital, Hazuki had said this.
高階先生はもういません。
A week later, Dr. Takashina was found dead. I gulped.
あの人が真犯人。
I could find out if I looked into her mind.
信仰の救いあれ。
Shino Hazuki was standing in the operating room of AH Tokyo General Hospital, where she worked. It was late at night. On the bed was a young man, Chizuo Kunoe. He had been put into a state of semi-unconsciousness by a sleeping drug.
信仰の救いあれ。
She kept repeating the same phrase over and over, like a mantra, as she rubbed her heavily pregnant belly. She slipped off her white uniform, sat down on the table, and picked up a knife. Well, now that is an image. And then, with no anesthetic, she cut open her stomach. There was a deftness in her touch that would have made any gynecologist or surgeon envious. Despite having no training as a surgeon, and despite the pain that would come from slicing open her own stomach, she cut in clean, even lines. Blood and amniotic fluid poured from the open wound. Her face twisted in pain, and when she was done cutting, she reached a hand into her own stomach and pulled out a blood-covered fetus. The fetus wasn't fully developed, and the shock of being ripped from the wound had already ended its life. Hazuki cut the umbilical cord and gave her child a loving hug before placing it on the stand next to the operating table and sewing up her wounds. The whole operation took less than an hour, and the whole time she was exposed to an incredible pain in her abdomen, the kind of pain that would have long since knocked a normal person out. She stood up from the operating table and brought the baby over to the man on the bed. She looked down on the unconscious man with bloodshot eyes before stabbing the knife hard into his belly. There was none of the grace and exactness she had shown when cutting her own stomach. The man woke up from the pain, but his limbs had been tied down tightly to the bed, and there was no way for him to escape. She yanked the knife across his stomach, oblivious to his screams. It tore through flesh and skin. Blood spurted out, splashing on her face.
信仰の救いをあなたに。
She put her hands into the open wound, and then she yanked it open as hard as she could. The sound of ripping meat filled the operating room. The man's body began to twitch, and the pain made him slip in and out of consciousness. When she saw the wound was big enough, Hazuki smiled gently, and then she took her own baby and jammed it into the wound.
これがあなたの記憶なんですね。
Shino Hazuki was watching the video in shock. There were 4 big TVs in Scramble Crossing, and all of them were showing her memories. She couldn't understand how it had happened. It had to be Takumi Nishijo's Gigalomaniac
あ
powers.
なたの記憶です。
Takumi Nishijo spoke with his head down and D-sword in hand. The riot had calmed itself instantly. Now there was only silence. The thousands of people who had been fighting were now all staring up at the screen. Some turned pale and looked away. Some threw up on the spot. The media were trying to turn their cameras on Hazuki. She was blinded by one camera flash after
あ
another.
なたがニュージェネ事件の真犯人だったんだ。
私の記憶を映像に投影したんですね。
もう言い逃れはできませんよ。胎児とあなたの DNA を鑑定すればわかることです。どうしてあんなことを。ねえ、クリム。
ナイトハルト。すべては教祖様のお言葉なんですよ。
Hazuki put her hand into the handbag on her shoulder. It contained the Noah 2 terminal port and a surgical knife. She grabbed the knife and put it up against her neck. As a nurse, she knew exactly where the carotid artery was. Hazuki smiled at Takumi Nishijo, and her kind smile, the one she always showed her patients,
信仰の救いあれ。
was quickly stained red by the blood spurting from her neck.
エスパーだ。
救世主。
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
Someone whispered. Only after I could feel many gazes upon me did I realize she was talking about me. Shino Hazuki had committed suicide by cutting her own throat, and in front of a huge crowd of people. Maybe it would be more accurate to say she had martyred herself. I could still smell the disgusting scent of her blood. The riot had completely calmed now. Shino Hazuki's memories, displayed on the huge screens, were the perfect way to calm the people's excitement. Everyone had fallen dead silent at the shocking footage. Blood was still pouring from her corpse. Several people walked over to her. They started to kick her dead body. It was the corpse of a murderer. Did that mean there was no need to show it any respect? Were they going to chop off her head and display it somewhere like they did back when there was still samurai around? How much of a difference was there between her and the people kicking her body? Humans were such ugly creatures, including me. The media crowded around their big scoops like packs of hyenas. Half went to Hazuki's body, the other half to me.
西尾君、お見事でした。
今のは超能力ですか？やはりエスパーだったんですね。すごいです。
今日のこの集まりは初めから真犯人をおびき寄せるためのものだったの？
あなたの超能力は何歳頃に現れたものなんですか？
子供の頃のあだ名は神童とか呼ばれたことある？
今後警察の捜査に協力する予定は？
うちの局の番組に出てくれないかな。
Words of praise, one after another.
西条、よくやったぞ。お前すげえよ。
Friendly words, one after another. I felt the emptiness in all of them. What was the difference between a delusion and a fake image created by the media? There probably wasn't much of one, if there was one at all. Takumi. It was just like last time, the heat I had felt when they were looking up at me from the bottom of the old front building. Takumi. I screamed, but I couldn't take it anymore. I started to cry. It felt so sad. It felt so stupid. I just had to cry. I was no hero.
18歳未満だけどエロゲして萌えって言ってる男だ。頭の中じゃ街を歩く女どもを裸にひむいてエロい妄想してる。それが僕だ。
My face was covered with tears and snot. I had forgotten that all of Japan was watching me on live TV. I hadn't thought about how I was embarrassing myself again. I was a loser with no social skills, no ability to read the room.
そうだよ。これでも僕は英雄かよ。違う。僕は英雄なんかじゃない。所詮妄想の存在で希望だぜ。一人じゃ何もできないヘタレだ。
The voices around me fell silent. The crowd stopped cheering. The media were looking at me, confused and suspicious. Here in the middle of Shibuya, in the heart of Scramble Crossing, my voice was the only sound.
それが僕だ。お前らに他人に僕っていう人間を決めさせない。僕の本質は僕が決める。僕はお前らのおもちゃじゃない。見せ物なんかにはならない。僕にはやるべきことがあるんだ。僕はお前たちなんかのために行動しない。
Suddenly, I saw an image of Rimi's face.
僕はただ
Want to fight for the person I care about, and then disappear. But before I could say that, suddenly I saw something in the night sky. It was turning white. It wasn't a cloud. It wasn't an out-of-season snowfall. It was the same phenomenon that had occurred during the last earthquake. But by the time I had realized that, it was too late.
サードメルト予定より早い。
First there was the rumbling. The ground shook. The white in the sky spread further and further. Next, a terrible ringing in my ears, the high-pitched sound of something resonating that threatened to split my head open. Everyone around me was holding their ears as well. And then the whole world turned white. Chapter 9, Gigalomaniac. Chapter 10, Silent Sky. I was standing on the water. The water was so clear it was almost transparent. It was shallow. It only came up to my ankles. It didn't feel cold. I could hear the intermittent sound of the waves. I was holding the handles of a wheelchair. Shogun, no, the real Takumi Nishijo, was right in front of me, wearing his knitted cap. He was sitting in his wheelchair, back slightly bent forward. There was nothing at all around us. You might expect to see a shell buried in the sand, or a seagull soaring through the sky, but there was nothing like that at all. There were no signs of life, only the blue sea and clear sky. The world was flat and level, as far as I could see, extending all the way to the horizon. This wasn't the real world. I could hear Shogun's voice mixed in with the breaking waves. I couldn't see the look on his face from where I was standing. There was no real sorrow in his voice. There was no real emotion at all. It was reed thin, small, covered in wrinkles. All his hair had fallen out.
僕の体の成長は発症した10歳の段階で止まってる。そして老化してる。
Early aging. It was a rare disease that affected 1 in around 8 million people. I remembered hearing about it. I remembered the terrible event I had experienced around that age.
バス事故の3ヶ月ぐらい前だよ。僕が発症したの。バス事故は君が。そうかもしれない。あの時はまだ自分の力についてほとんど自覚はなかったけど。病が発症するよりずっと前。それこそ物心ついた時から僕はギガロマニアックスとしての力を使うことができた。それが普通のことだと思ってたよ。意識的にしろ無意識的にしろ、僕はこれまで何度も力を使ってきた。だから僕の存在としての矛盾が大きくなりすぎちゃったんだ。青い背中から聞いてるだろ。
粒子とともに追生成される反粒子はディソードにストックされていくんだ。反粒子は数学的に言えば過去へ向かうものだから。ストックすればするほどギガロマニアックスには現在の状態とのズレが発生し、やがてその矛盾により存在としての自己崩壊へ至る。
Shogun was unmoving in his wheelchair. What was he looking at? What could he see?
力を使えば使うほどこの病は進行しちゃうんだ。ギガロマニアックスの力で治せばいいじゃないか。力を使えば病は進行する。端的に言えば力を使ってもプラスマイナスゼロっていうことさ。何も変わらない。どうして僕みたいな肝オタのヘタレ野郎を作ったの？もっと強くて
行動的でかっこいいイケメンにすればよかった。
人を一人、しかもギガロマニアックスの力を使える人間を生み出すのは簡単なことじゃなかった。君を生み出したことで1年近く昏睡しちゃったくらいだ。
僕は未完成だったってわけ。
だからこそ君はとても人間らしい。
フォローしなくてもいい。
本心だよ。
I sighed. I really did hate this guy.
リミにはいつも力を使うなって怒られたよ。
彼女は君を助けたいんでしょう。
でも僕はリミの忠告に従うわけにはいかない。今の危機的状況は僕の IR2 がきっかけなんだから。
IR2, the strange scribbling on the back of the essay.
IR2 はある科学者の目に留まり、やがてのぞみテクノロジー社によって研究が始められた。それがプロジェクトノア。言ってみれば人工的にギガロマニアックスの能力を発生させる装置。僕が計画に気づくことができたのはリミと出会ったからなんだ。彼女がひどい拷問を受けていたのはそのプロジェクトの一環だった。ノアのシステムを効率化するために必要だったのがコード3。ギガロマニアックスが力を使う過程で放出する特殊なノウハウのこと。それを手に入れるためにのぞみの社長ノロセはリミに過酷な拷問を加えた。強烈な負の感情を抱くとき、ギガロマニアックスは力に覚醒し理想度を獲得するからね。
Once again, I remembered what Cinna said.
バイオリズムの上昇によって中脳変影系ニューロンのドーパミンが過剰分泌されたとき、理想度は現れる。それは危機的な状況や興奮、悲しみ、憎しみ、笑いなど人それぞれだ。ドーパミン分泌量が多ければそれだけ観測しやすくなる。
君が僕にちょっかいをかけてきたのもそのため。
君を覚醒させるためにだ。ごめん。
It wasn't just me and Remy. Other people have been physically and psychologically tortured as part of Project Noah as well, to awaken them as gigalomaniacs. Ayase, Senna 2, Kozupi, even Nanami, they had all been made to suffer.
IR2 から生み出されたノア2は僕が自分の手で止めなくちゃならない。でも僕はこんな体だ。満足に動くこともできない。それに僕のコードサンプルを欲しがる望みから狙われるようにもなっちゃって。
The fact that I was staying at AH Tokyo General Hospital made matters even worse. It has secret connections to the Nozomi group.
だから身を隠さなくちゃいけなかった。
幻の病室のアミーちゃんか。
あそこに入ってこられたのはリミだけだったよ。僕は身動きが取れなくなって、それで
僕を作ったのか。
Shogun nodded slightly.
リミには君を消すように何度も言われたんだ。命を削る行為だからやめろって。でも僕に残された命は長くない。力を使わなくたってあまり差はないんだよね。
His voice was so very calm. Maybe it was the calm of someone who was given a death sentence years ago.
それに君が覚醒して力を使えるようになれば僕の命は持たないだろうか。僕と君は一心同体っていうこと。そうだね。
でも一つだけ約束。もう妄想はしないね。タクの妄想力はとっても強いから、妄想をすればするほど本物のあなたの命が削られていっちゃうんだ。
If I kept my promise to Remy, I wouldn't be able to go save her. Even if I tried, I would be helpless to do anything.
君の命はあとどれぐらい持つ？
きっと今日か明日までじゃないかな。
そこまで。
I was stunned. It was far less than I expected.
僕が覚醒しちゃったから。
気にしなくていいよ。君の覚醒は僕にとって本望だから。
君が死んだら僕はどうなる？
君は僕と一心同体であると同時にリアルブートされたことによって現実の人間になった。生まれ方は特殊かもしれないけど君は人間だよ。
僕が消えれば君は助かるの？
無駄だよ。せいぜい寿命が数日から数週間伸びるぐらいじゃないかな。でもそんな愚かな選択肢を選ぶのはやめるんだ。君にはノア2を破壊してほしい。そのために力を使うことを遠慮しないでほしい。
言われなくても分かってる。君に遠慮するほど僕はお人よしじゃない。
Shogun laughed. His shoulders shook just a little. I didn't mean to make him laugh, so it made me mad.
君が目覚めてくれてよかった。勝手な話で迷惑かもしれないけど、あと君にたくさん。
Suddenly, the feeling of the handles of the wheelchair disappeared from my hand. His wheelchair had moved away from me and was gliding across the water. The wheels were slicing through the surface, creating little waves. I had no intention of following him. I just watched him go.
僕の役目は終わった。
勝手だね。僕に丸投げ。
少し疲れちゃった。眠らせてよ。
He turned his wheelchair back around to face me. Like always, I couldn't read his expression, but there was tension in his voice.
時間がない。急いで。ノロセはノア2を本格的に稼働させた。こうなったら ロア2を直接破壊するしかないんだ。頼んだよ。
And then he disappeared, like he had vanished in a fog. The colors of the mental world began to slowly fade.
君に頼まれる筋合いなんてない。僕は僕自身が決めたことをやるだけ。
The sound of the waves got further and further away. I took a good long look at the endless blue sky to burn it into my memory, like Remy had once done, and then I softly closed my eyes. The serious-sounding voice of a newscaster was coming from the radio.
現在までに確認された死傷者の数は233人ですが、この数は最終的に3万人を超えるとみられ、気象庁の発表によりますと、今回の地震の規模は震度7、マグニチュードは 7.8 と関東大震災に匹敵する規模です。渋谷では建物の一部が倒壊し、大規模な陥没も発生している模様です。首都高渋谷線が高架の倒壊により全線通行止め。公共交通機関では山手線など全線が運転を見合わせております。
There was a crackle of static before the voice on the radio vanished entirely.
ダメだわ。また聞こえなくなった。
Momose picked up the old portable radio, shook it, and then smacked it a few times before letting out a big sigh.
古いから使い物にならないわね。
She let out a forced smile and looked to the side. Next to her were a tired-looking Ayase Kishimoto and Yua Kusunoki. Both Ayase and Yua's clothes were covered in dirt, and it was obvious how difficult it must have been for them to get this far. But the weapons in their hands, the D-swords, didn't have a speck of dust on them. Their cold light was as bright as ever. After the earthquake, Yua and Ayase had walked from Yoyogi to Shibuya, then headed to Phrygia's office to meet with Momose. The three of them had waited at a spot near the office, whose building had tilted badly during the earthquake and now seemed in danger of falling over, hoping that man would show up. But even by the time morning came, there was no sign of him. Momose had suggested leaving Shibuya, but Ayase had rejected the idea.
グラジオールが目覚めたの。早く他の黒騎士と合流しないと。
Then she had tried to drag Yua out into the rubble of central Shibuya. Lacking any better options, Momose and Yua had come with her. It was 7 in the morning. The sun hadn't even been up for an hour yet. There was no sign whatsoever of crisp morning air. Nightfall had hidden the full extent of yesterday's disaster, but now the dawn's light was beginning to expose it, and they were in the middle of it. Shibuya was a scene from a nightmare. Huge cracks had appeared in the roads, and their asphalt had bulged up from beneath the ground. Several buildings had fallen over, burying the streets around them in rubble. Most of the glass had shattered, and the huge billboards on the roofs had fallen off the sides. There were dead bodies lying everywhere, exposed to the elements. At first, Momose would feel terrible every time she saw one, and give a silent prayer for them in her heart. But there were so many that she soon had to force herself not to think about them. If she did, it would break her. Once in a while she would pass by someone else. They were all expressionless, and seemed to be slowly wandering the city with no destination in mind. Several men were working together to save some of the people trapped by the rubble, but without any heavy equipment, it was a hopeless cause. Momose turned to look at the thing in Yua's hands. a D-sword. Ayase had explained what it was to her, a sword which could create things from nothing, as if by magic. What Ban had said was true. Yua seemed surprised and confused that she herself had one of the swords.
ねえ岸本さん、
Ayase was walking ahead of her and didn't even turn around when Momose spoke. There was a tense nervousness on her face.
このディソードを持つ人はあなたたちを含めて全部で7人いるっていうこと？
そうよ。
他の人たちがどこにいるのかわかるの？
わからない。
だったら
感じるのよ、意志を。こっちで間違いないわ。
Ayase was no help. Momose sighed and repeated the same thing she had been saying all morning.
今むやみに歩き回るのは危ないわ。ひとまず安全なところに避難するべきよ。
ダメよ。時間がないの。
もしかしたら他の黒騎士だったかしら。その人たちだって避難場所にいるかもしれないでしょ。
そうですよ、岸本さん。私も避難場所に行くべきだと。
Perhaps Yua was more persuasive than Momose had been, because Ayase suddenly stopped. Her eyes narrowed. She was staring down a street on Dokenzaka Hill, which was now completely impassable to cars.
いたって何
Ayase was staring at a girl who was coming from the direction of the station. She was wearing a Suime uniform, but her clothes were more of a mess than Yua's or Ayase's. She was holding a huge cross-shaped sword up to her chest with just her left hand. Her steps were unsteady, as if she might fall over at any moment.
大変。
Momose ran towards the girl, Nanami Nishijo, her plump body shaking with each step. She was concerned about the D-sword in Nanami's hands, but for now, she was more concerned about helping her. She grabbed her tiny body and helped her stay upright.
大丈夫？よく頑張ったわね。今病院に連れて行ってあげるから気をしっかり持つのよ。
Nanami just looked at her with vacant eyes.
なんて言ったの？
ナナのバングルどこ？
Yua and Ayase ran up to her as well, just a moment after
こ
Momose.
の子西条くんの妹さんです。
そう。黒騎士の資格があるのもうなずけるわ。匠の妹の。
二人ともこの子を運ぶのを手伝って。なんとか病院に連れて行かないと。
Nanami moaned in pain.
右手？
Momose took a quick glance down at her hand, only to gasp in shock.
だってひどい。こんな。
Yua and Ayase couldn't understand why Momose was so shocked. Nanami's hand was wrapped in bloody bandage, but it didn't look that badly injured. But to Momose's eyes, her arm ended in a... Oh, so that's a delusion. She does have her arm cut off. Damn, her hand. I don't know why I keep saying arm there. It's clearly her hand, right? A little bit of the arm, but it's mostly her hand. Anyway, it had been sewn up, but the wound had opened. Ayase tried to grab hold of Nanami's right hand at the fingers, a blank expression on her face, but the hand passed through empty air. Her fingers were like a hologram, visible but without substance. Blood dripped from the red bandage and fell onto Ayase's hand.
もうそう。
リミさんに助けてもらって。リミさんって 崎畑凛美さん。
知ってるの？
ええ、西条くんのお友達の。
Yua had thought that Takumi was the new Jin killer and had spent a lot of time investigating him and his surroundings. Of course, that included the people he spent the most time with, like Nanami Nishijo and Rimi Sakihara. Ayase's expression darkened just slightly when she heard Rimi's name.
崎畑凛美も7人の黒騎士の一人。
そうなんですか？
Ayase remembered what had happened at the hospital yesterday. She remembered the sadness in Rimi's voice.
岸本さん。タクに近づかないで。目覚めさせたくないの。君には自覚がないの。黒騎士の一人としての。私が一人で何とかするから。とても美しいわ、その思いは。でもそれは大いなる意志の望むことじゃない。私も望んでいないわ。あなた一人に全てを背負わせるなんて。
黒騎士云々の話は今は置いときましょう。とにかく早く病院に連れて行かないと血が止まらないわ。
Momose put her handkerchief up against Nanami's wounds.
すごい熱だし、顔色も悪い。急がないと。
お兄に会いたいよ。
A single tear dripped from her empty eyes. And just after that, it happened without warning. The street they were standing on collapsed. The ground fell out from underneath them, and they began to fall. It was like they were falling into the darkness of an endless abyss. Momose screamed in a voice that sounded much too afraid and immature for someone her age. I looked up and saw a thick layer of clouds. At some point, the night had ended, but there was no sign of a blue sky. The sky was depressing, dull, dark, and gray. In the distance, I could hear the ear-splitting sound of ambulance and fire engine sirens. I could see a helicopter circling in the sky above. There were so many, like flies. My head ached. It was like there was a road construction crew working overtime inside my skull. The pain was even worse than it had been during the last earthquake. I tried to remember what had happened just before my memories went blank. The white sky, what Shogun had called the third melt. I sat up, trying to ignore the pain from my headache, and was shocked by what I saw. The city I knew was gone. It was like one of those post-apocalypse movies that had been popular a decade ago. Shibuya had been destroyed. The traffic signals, the roadside trees, even some of the buildings had fallen over. The famous televisions above Scramble Crossing were cracked and silent. The roofs above the entrance to the subways had collapsed, burying them. The bridges where the Yamanote line had collapsed, leaving the severed rails jutting out into space. There were people lying everywhere. Blood and scraps of flesh clung to the rubble. People who weren't moving. People moaning in pain. People screaming, "Help me!" People covered in dust and dirt, crawling on the ground, deathly pale. People crying as they held an unmoving body in their hands. The smell of blood, the stench of something burning, and the smell of dust in the air. I could see pillars of smoke rising in the distance. So, this was the power of Noah too. I felt a wave of terror wash over me. It was a weapon of mass destruction. I finally understood why Shogun was so desperate to stop it. Wait, where was Shogun? I came back to my senses and looked around. I could see a badly bent wheelchair right next to me. His tiny body was lying next to it. I ran over to him and held him in my arms. I yelled at him, but there was no answer. I couldn't hear the voice of his mind either. Was he dead? I put my ear up to his mouth. His breathing was faint, but he was breathing. He was just passed out. I tried giving him a light slap on the cheek, but he didn't wake up. Unless I knew that, I couldn't even go save Rimi and Nanami. I should have asked Shogun to tell me earlier. I took my phone out from my pocket, but the battery was dead and nothing I did could make it turn on. It was useless now. Was there anybody besides Shogun who would know? Think. There was no time to waste. That No Rose guy might decide to kill Rimi at any minute. Who else out there who knew about Noah too and who could help me?
君たちは特別な存在だ。中でも一番特別なのは、その目、誰の目を産み落とした少年。
畑野一世。
Senna's father, one of the original members of Project Noah's research team, and now he was missing. I had never met him. No, I might have just missed him a few times. According to Kozupi, he was wandering around Shibuya dressed as a homeless person. I picked up Shogun's body and carried him on my back as I started to walk through the rubble. He was shockingly light. I had no idea where Hatano could be. I would just have to look for him. Shockingly light or not, though, Shogun's body still weighed around 20 kilograms. I didn't have the strength to carry him around Shibuya, not with the rubble and destroyed roads. I had never done any real exercise in my life, after all. All I ever did was sit in front of the PC. I thought about taking Shogun to a hospital, but with the way things were in Shibuya now, I couldn't call an ambulance. I ran out of strength halfway up one of the less steep hills in Dogenzaka. I was out of breath and my body was pouring with sweat. I wiped the sweat from my brow and stopped to catch my breath. And then I could hear a faint voice. The voice was singing. It was sad, but not in despair. It was pleasant to the ears. I had heard the voice somewhere before. It was on the stage at a concert hall. Last time it had been accompanied by violently flashing lights that shocked the eyes, and earth-shakingly loud noise. But now, it was in an empty road with no one around, in a collapsed city where death now ruled. I put Shogun down and looked around me, but the only thing I could see were a few corpses. I looked around for Ayase, trying my best not to stare at the bodies. Where was her voice coming from? I could see a collapsed street in front of me. There was a huge hole opened in the ground. If I remembered right, the subway ran under this street. It didn't seem possible for her to be down there, but I looked over the edge anyway, just to see. It was around 5 meters deep. There were small piles of rubble everywhere. Ayase was lying there. I leapt down into the hole. I screwed up the landing and fell face first into a pile of rubble. Ayase's leg was pinned by a large lump of concrete, and she couldn't move. I tried to get it off her, but it was too heavy for me to even budge it by myself.
私だけじゃない。他に3人いるわ。君の妹も。
ナナミが。
Why was she here? Didn't that no-rose guy have her?
ナナミ！ナナミ！
I ignored the pain I was feeling and forced myself to stand up. I shouted her name, but there was no reply. I looked around and saw one other woman besides Ayase, a portly woman lying face down on the ground. She wasn't moving, but I also couldn't see any injuries. She was probably just passed out. I couldn't see Nanami or the other person. Maybe they had been buried alive. I needed to do something fast. I glanced up at the hole above me. There was so much dust that I felt like I was going to start coughing just looking at it. Beyond it, I could see the sky. I thought of Shogun, who I had left lying on the ground. I remembered what Rimi had said.
妄想をすればするほど、本物のあなたの命が削られていっちゃうんだ。
But there was no time to waste. I pulled out my D-sword from invisible space. I sat down next to Ayase and looked at her face, making sure to keep her leg out of my field of vision. I stared into her eyes. That was enough. Make it strong. Make it real.
綾瀬の足の上にある瓦礫は大きなものじゃない。数は多いけど一つ一つは小さい。重くない。簡単に足を引っ張り出せる。他の二人も助け出せる。
Me and Ayase. If I create a shared awareness between two gigalomaniacs, it's bound to become real. Ayase smiled in relief. Her fingers gently stroked my cheek.
グラジオールを導きに、君がここに来てくれたの。
I blinked and looked up, trembling. The huge block of concrete that was crushing her leg had turned into a bunch of tiny chunks, just like in my delusion. I moved a few of them aside, and she was free. I hadn't for a moment thought that it would work this well. She sat up and rubbed her ankle. Fortunately, she didn't seem to be badly injured.
綾瀬の歌が聞こえたんだ。それに導かれたんだよ。
そう。よかった。続けてきた。
I lent Ayase a hand to help her to her feet and looked around us. I still couldn't see my sister. Had the delusion failed, or was she already? I started to get worried. I heard a voice. I looked in the direction it was coming from and saw a hand poking out from the rubble. I grabbed the hand by the fingers and looked through the gaps in the rubble. The gap formed a small tunnel. At the end of it was a girl in glasses. I recognized her. It felt like it had been a long time since I had seen Yua.
なぜか急に
この隙間ができて、ついさっきまで全く身動きが取れなかったんですけど。
She looked away, sounding slightly apologetic.
手をしっかり掴んでて。
I gripped her hand harder, and then I yanked as hard as I could to pull her out of the rubble. Ayase helped too. Together we were able to pull her out without too much trouble at all.
ありがとう、ござい。
Her whole body was covered in dust. There were tiny chunks of concrete clinging to her hair, but she didn't seem to be hurt. Now all that was left was Nanami. I left Yua to Ayase and went to search for her. If Ayase was able to escape that easily, then my delusion had probably worked. And if that was the case, then I might be able to pull her out from a gap, like I had with Yua. Just like I thought, after looking under a few pieces of rubble, I was able to find her. I called, but she didn't answer. She seemed to be unconscious. I reached out a hand to touch her, but then hesitated. I remembered how she had suddenly disappeared when I had touched her yesterday. No, this Nanami was real. She had to be. For better or worse. I reached out and grabbed her shoulder, or rather her blouse. I could touch her just fine. I could feel her warmth. I pulled her out as hard as I could, just like I had done with Yua. Unlike the other girls, Nanami's clothes were covered in blood. Her arm, in particular, was bright red. I laid her face up on the ground to check her breathing. Her breathing was pained and barely there, but she was breathing. Now I was worried about her blood-stained right hand. I went to grasp it to take a look, and my fingers slipped right through it. A delusion? So Nanami's right hand was...
ごめん巻き込んで。
Nanami let out a soft moan. Her face was covered in dust. I put a hand up to her cheek and softly ran my hand along it. Her eyes opened, just a little. Her gaze wandered about the room for a second before she saw me. Suddenly her face twisted in sadness. Tears came pouring down from her eyes. She gripped my hand tightly with her left hand. She pleaded with me in a whisper, but I just shook my head a little.
ナナミの本当のお兄は僕じゃないよ。
Her memories were all messed up. That's how it seemed to Nanami Nishijo. Her brother's words triggered something in her. It suddenly felt like she had two brothers. No, it didn't feel like she had two brothers. She had two brothers. She could see both of their faces. One wimpy and helpless looking, one covered in wrinkles. But she was also sure that she only had a single brother. There was a gap, and it was getting bigger. A gap between her memories and what she knew. What was real? What wasn't? She didn't know, and it scared her. She tried to empty out her mind, and suddenly her own words came back to her, like a rippling on the water. I have to be the big sister now. Suddenly she was standing in a hallway at dusk. The pungent scent of disinfectant hung in her nose. There was a plain, unadorned door in front of her. She was holding its handle. And then, without any conscious intent on her part. Her hand opened the door.
ああ、お兄、またご飯食べないつもり？ちゃんと食べてっていつも言ってるじゃん。出ないと元気になんないよ。あ、もしかしてグリーンピースが入ってるから？子供じゃないんだし、いい加減好き嫌いやめたら？そりゃナナだってグリーンピース嫌いだから残したくなる気持ちはわかるけど、ちゃんと食べてくんないとナナが怒られるんだからね。あの怖い看護師長さんに。
ナナミ、
何？
今まで辛く当たってごめん。
お兄が謝るなんて珍しいじゃん。
もう僕のために無理をする必要はないんだ。
何言ってるの？
僕は身を隠さなくちゃならなくなった。だからお前はもうここには来なくていい。
何のつもり？
さようなら。
Her memories ended there. The fact that she had had an older brother, a real one. The fact that he was badly ill, and that she had spent years taking care of him. The fact that she had always tried to have her act together, to be strong. All these things had vanished from her memories for the past year and a half. The memories had been hidden from her, and in their place were other memories. Her brother was healthy and lived alone in Shibuya. Her mom had asked her to check up on him every once in a while, and so she would go to his place after school. This had been her habit for a long time. It was normal in her family. She had never doubted these memories.
どうしてナナは忘れちゃってたんだろう。
30 minutes after she was rescued from being buried alive, Nanami was finally reunited with her real brother. He was lying on the road. He was breathing, but unconscious. His body was small, thin, covered in wrinkles. He looked so weak. It was the brother she had always known.
こんなのひどいよ。ナナはお兄に文句ばっかり言ってたけど。
She was weeping as she clung to his tiny body.
お兄のこと一度だって忘れたいなんて思ったことなかったのに。勝手だよ。わがまますぎだよ。
She heard a metallic clinking sound coming from his clothing. Something fell out of his breast pocket. It was what she had sought for so long. It was what she had lost when they had taken her right hand. A cheap bangle with a snowflake design. She stared at his face confused, but his wrinkled eyes stayed shut. She picked up the bangle with her left hand. It felt just like she remembered. The bangle was the first present her brother had given her. It was her treasure. She looked up, her eyes unconsciously searching for her other brother. He had his back turned to her and held a long sword in his hand. He was walking away. He was going to leave. Nanami's intuition told her this clearly. He was going to leave without saying anything to her. The thought made her sad. Nanami squinted and looked around.
今声が
It was her brother's voice as she remembered it. It was speaking directly into her mind, coming from his unconscious body.
彼は僕と一心同体。もう一人のお兄なんだから。
Whether it was her brother's voice or just her own imaginings, Nanami couldn't tell, but either way,
分かった。
she whispered to her brother as he lay on the ground. And then she stood up and walked toward her other brother. She could barely walk. She had spent days in a dark room, pinned to some bizarre object, forced to endure terrible pain. She didn't remember how many times she had thought about dying. Her right hand, especially, had a constant pain, like someone had torn clean through the bone with a huge saw. It felt like there was no hand there, but when she looked, she could see one. The confused sensations were driving her insane. Mentally and physically, she was exhausted. If she wasn't careful, she might collapse here, unable to take another step. That's why it took all of her strength and effort to even stretch out her hand. But she wanted to stop him from going, no matter how hard it was for her to do.
待って。
She just barely squeezed out the word, but he heard it. He stopped and turned back to her. She had succeeded in keeping him from leaving, but now she wasn't sure what to say. The reality was that this boy wasn't her brother, but her mind kept telling her he was. The two feelings got mixed together in her head, and she couldn't separate them. But the bangle she held in her left hand, it felt cold to the touch, but the fact that it was a present from him warmed her heart. It connected the two of them. That's how it felt to her. That was enough of an answer for
お
her.
兄は本当のお兄じゃないかもしれないけど、頼りにならなくて、おたくさんで、アニメキャラもお人形さんばっかり集めてて、口が悪くて、愛想もなくて、意地悪なことばっかり言うけど、お兄もナナのお兄だよ。
She held back her tears and smiled as best she could.
ありがとう、ナナミ。
Her other brother gave her a shy smile, and then, relieved, she slowly began to pass out. Nanami staggered like she was about to fall. I quickly ran over to grab her. She's probably lost so much blood right now. It's not even funny. She was unconscious. Her face was pale. Her breathing was labored.
Stream elements. Said, stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
The large woman, who said her name was Momose, spoke sternly as she looked at Nanami's face. Then she turned to look at Shogun. I gave Nanami to Momose.
2人を頼みます。あなたはどうするの？探さなくちゃいけない人がいて。
I needed the location of Noah too. I had asked Nanami, but she wasn't sure where they had been holding her. My one chance was to find the man named Hatano.
必要なことなの。グラジオールを倒すために。
グラジオールか。
If what she meant was Noah too.
そうだよ。
Ayase's expression tensed. She took a step forward. She was dragging her foot a little. Maybe she had been hurt after all.
一緒に行くわ。私も。
その必要はないよ。
Ayase just shook her head.
基地に集まらないと。
綾瀬もそれに岩も畑野っていう人を探してほしい。
Yua was standing behind Momose. When I said her name, I could see her twitch nervously.
その人がノア2の場所を知ってるから。一緒に行動しなくても僕はみんなの見聞きしたことがわかる。だから今は手分けして探して。
Right now, that was the best option we had. We had to hurry. If another earthquake hit, there was no guarantee I would survive.
わかった。
Ayase spoke, looking disappointed.
なんだかよくわからないけど、野呂瀬源一が全ての黒幕です。
そういうこと。それなら妹さんたちのことは私に任せなさいな。
She puffed her chest out, and then she nodded as if trying to give me courage.
ただし無茶しちゃダメよ。それと一つ頼まれてほしいんだけど、バンちゃん、ヘラヘラ笑ってるうさんくさそうな中年刑事を見たら私に連絡するように伝えてくれる？
Was she talking about Yasuji Ban? I knew he was dead. His partner had shot and killed him. I had seen it happen while I was unconscious. I tried to tell Momose that, but...
まったく。あの人はこんな時にどこをほっつき歩いてるんだか。まあ、案外どこかで怪我人を助けてるのかもしれないけどね。
But when I heard her say that, I just couldn't tell her.
というわけでよろしく。
はい。
I nodded. It was a promise that I knew I could never keep. But I couldn't think of any other way to answer her.
西条君。
Yua's voice was barely audible, and she wasn't looking me in the eye. For the past few minutes she had been glancing over at me, waiting for a chance to speak.
あなたのこと疑ってごめんなさい。私、西条君を傷つけるようなこと言って。
The lenses of her glasses were covered with dust, but even if I couldn't see her eyes, I could tell she was
謝っ
crying.
ても許してもらえるとは思ってないです。それでも謝らせてください。ごめんなさい。
She bowed deeply. I just turned my back to her without answering.
僕のベースにあるセーラのフィギュア。
はい。
よかったらもらってくれる？
It had been a huge shock when I found out she had lied to me, but now I knew what she had been going through. But still, it felt like saying I had forgiven her would just be arrogant. I had always thought of her as my enemy. I wasn't entitled to an apology and didn't have the right to forgive her.
いいんですか？
もらってほしい。
はい。また一緒にフィギュア買いに行きましょうね。
She finally gave me the kind smile I had seen when we had first met. I nodded, and then glanced over at Ayase and Momose too. And finally, I took one long look at Nanami and Shogun. And then I started to walk, alone, through the piles of rubble. Shinsen Station was one station away from Shibuya on the Inokashira line. By train, it took only a minute to get there. The station itself was covered by a tunnel, and the only light from the outside came from the entrance at the end of the platform. Because of the earthquake, all the lights were off. It was far darker than usual. Aoi Senna stepped inside, supporting the body of Kozui Orihara as she walked. There was no need to buy a ticket. There weren't any station attendants around, and the ticket machines weren't working either. She looked over at the rails and saw that they were badly bent. Of course, the trains hadn't been running since yesterday. Kozui's left leg was covered in blood. She had cut it badly on glass during the earthquake. Senna had tried to stop the bleeding with a towel, but the cut turned out to be deeper than she had thought. Kozui was going to need real medical attention. Gigalomaniac powers couldn't heal injuries. But couldn't you just, I don't know, make some needle and thread? Or a fire or something? I mean, there's options here if you're really that worried. The pain made your brain realize the injury was real, whether you wanted it to or not. You couldn't create a shared awareness that the injury didn't exist. You couldn't make it so it never happened. Your human instincts wouldn't let you. Kozui said telepathically, looking like she was about to cry. But Senna said nothing. She had come straight here to Shinsen Station on foot. When she reached the empty platform, she suddenly let go of Kozui. With one leg too weak to move, Kozui dropped to the ground. Senna paid no attention to Kozui, who was looking up to her in confusion. She was staring at a single point on the platform, teeth gnashing in rage. She was staring at a figure sitting on the far end of the platform. A homeless man, dressed in filthy rags. He had a sign reading, "The minds of men will perish." Senna began to slowly walk towards the man.
誰に向けたメッセージだ。
Her voice was ice cold.
負を生へと変換できる者たちへの遺言だよ、セナ。
The homeless man, Hatano, spoke her name coldly without even looking up at her.
お前に慣れ慣れしく名前を呼ばれたくない。この半年、ずっと考えてきた。お前をどうやって殺すか。
ありがとう。
どうして礼を言う。
利己的な理由だよ。お前に殺されることが私にとって最善の贖罪かもしれない。そう思ったから。
それなら話は早い。
Senna real-booted her D-sword. She had decided the method she would use to kill her father. She would kill him with the D-sword. It was simple, which meant it was closest to the truth. How she killed him didn't matter. What mattered was that she killed him.
すまない。
He still wasn't looking up at her.
どうしたヤマ。
お前に父殺しの汚名を着せてしまうからだ。
殺せさえすればどんな恥ずかしめだって受けてやる。お前は母さんと妹を殺した。
事実だ。
しかもあんなむごい最後。
Senna's voice had been completely devoid of emotion, but now it was starting to waver just a little.
お前には見せたくはなかった。いや、今のは聞き流してくれ。
なぜあんなことを。
家庭を説明することは無意味だよ。お前は納得しないし、結果が改変されるわけでもない。
Senna lowered the D-sword toward Hatano's head.
そうやってまた逃げるのか。
間違っていたのは私だ。それが全てなんだ。
お前には失望した。
まだ期待していたのか。何を。人を含めて世界は全て電気仕掛け。そう言ったのはお前だ、セナ。
Senna's shoulders were shaking. For almost 3 years, ever since Hatano had begun the Mana project, the two of them had barely seen each other, and yet he had seen through her almost instantly. Something felt wrong, but the uncertainty in her heart turned into raging anger that threatened to make her lose control.
セナ、惑わされるな。電気仕掛けならば、お前のその私を恨む感情もまた、ただの電気信号でしかない。
Hatano kept talking. Senna tried to force herself to calm down. Calm down.
お前の言葉なんか無効だ。
あまり感情的な行動をとるな。でなければ、お前は矛盾する。その言葉を受け取ってはいけない。精神攻撃だ。判断を中止するんだ。
話を終わりだ。
Senna went to raise her D-sword, but ever so slightly before she could, Hatano suddenly stood up. Kozui was watching them nervously. She thought about trying to stop them, but her foot hurt too much for her to move. She wasn't sad, but in her heart she was sobbing. Hatano walked toward her with broad strides. Senna was slow to react, so she changed her stance to strike him when he got close. But when she went to move, she slipped on some loose stones. She lost her balance. Her uncertainty was showing in her movements. The sharpness had disappeared from her demeanor. She was afraid. Hating her father was how she had kept herself from spiraling out of control. But now that she was face to face with him, she was afraid of confronting him. She didn't know why, but she was sure that he had just said a moment ago was the cause. Hatano was running at her with incredible speed. She fell backwards, and as she did, she swung her D-sword up. The blade had no weight, and so no center of gravity. First it cut through the tiles of the platform floor, and then it sliced into his shoulder. The cut was clean, like a hot knife through butter. Senna was pushed backwards by her father's hands. Red blood spilled from his wound. There was a look of relief in his eyes. Senna bit her lip, just as something struck him in the chest. It passed through his body from behind before whizzing by Senna's cheek. Blood poured not just from his shoulder, but from his chest as well. The crimson liquid spurting from the wound splashed onto Senna's face. A bullet? Senna had fallen flat on her back. She looked up quickly and tried to find the man who had fired the gun. The man was standing in the gap between the Shinsen Station tunnel and the tunnel that led to Shibuya, that railroad crossing that was the only one place where you could see the sky. He had a gun in his hand. Senna's father fell down next to her. His chest was already covered in blood. Had he protected me? Me, of all people. Senna looked in disbelief at the blood spreading across the station's floor tiles. Her father whispered with his dying breaths. The bullet had been aimed at Senna, and Hatano had saved her. She had been trying to kill her father, but instead he had saved her life. Senna's grip on the blade tightened. A strange noise was echoing across the platform. Senna instantly realized that was being caused by Noah too. How long had it been there? She felt infuriated at the man with the gun who had interrupted her after she had finally found her father. As she stood up and looked at him, a baby's cry suddenly echoed across the dark platform. Senna suddenly felt something different in her hands. For some reason, instead of a sword, she was holding the rotted, desiccated corpse of a baby. She threw it away, but then she realized it was her own sister, who she had seen just one time. Senna began to feel uncertain once more. She couldn't take her eyes off of it. She couldn't forgive herself for throwing away her little sister, for finding her appearance disgusting. It had been the same way last time, when she had been forced to witness her mother's end, when she had seen her mother go insane and die. When she had seen that, it wasn't just sorrow or fear that she had felt. The thing she had felt most was disgust. That feeling had lingered in her heart as a sense of guilt, and she had been averting her eyes from it through the act of hating her father. Even if her mind knew this was a delusion, the feeling she had locked away inside her mind had awakened, and she was paralyzed by them. And it wasn't just Senna. Kozui was the same way. She saw a huge mirror appear in front of her, and her own reflection, weeping blood from its leg, was asking her a question. Kozui was frozen in terror. Huge tears rolled down her face. The wound she wanted to forget, the past she didn't want to remember. Rotted tears were pouring up from her heart. She wanted to run away. She wanted to look away so she wouldn't have to see the mirror. But her body wouldn't move the way she wanted. The girl in the reflection wasn't crying at all. Watashi wa Dari. Gestaltserfall. Gestaltserfall, the name of a psychological concept where a person can see things but no longer identify what they are. After the human brain receives visual information about an object, it needs to add in context such as past experience, the surrounding environment, or known facts in order to determine that object's identity. For instance, in reading this paragraph, you've seen the letter A on the page many times, and your brain has unconsciously identified it as the first letter of the alphabet. However, if for some reason this process of identification were to fail, you would see the letter A but no longer be capable of understanding what it is. In this case, it would simply look like a meaningless shape. This failure of identification is referred to as Gestaltserfall, from the German word Gestalt, or shape, and further Gestalt, to fall. Just like when she had lost the power to speak, just like when her mind had broken. The person in the mirror, the one asking the questions, ceased to look like her. She couldn't be sure of the sound of her voice. She couldn't be sure of the way her hair looked. She couldn't be sure of the shape of her nose. She couldn't be sure of the color of her eyes. She couldn't be sure of the thickness of her lips. She couldn't be sure of her appearance. She couldn't be sure of her own face.
Kimi wa Kozupii da yo.
The vision of herself in the mirror, which had threatened to split into countless fragments, was frozen in place by the sudden voice. Her identity solidified once more. Kozui came back to her senses. A huge mirror in front of her shattered. Kozui searched for the voice of the one who had saved her. And there, in the corridor leading to the turnstiles, she saw him. She screamed his name with a voice she thought she had lost forever, her real voice. Kozupi yelled with her real voice, not the one from inside her mind. I realized it was the first time I had actually heard her speak. It was thanks to Kozupi that I was able to get this far. I had heard her screams for help all the way from the police box at Dokenzaka Hill. I followed the voice and found the two of them, Sina and Kozupi, trembling at delusions I couldn't see, and Hatano lying on the ground covered in blood. I had finally found him, and it was too late.
こいつはラッキーっすね。
A man was standing near the railway crossing, holding a gun. He was spinning it with his fingers, like some kind of Old West gunman. The man was wearing a suit, but he also had a backpack on, too. The machine inside was making an awful noise. Mamoru Suwa, a detective assigned to Section 1 of the Metropolitan Police. I had met him before, and I knew what he had done.
もともとは目障りな畑の親子を処分しに来たんすけどね。西条くん、君が自分から火に飛び込んできてくれて感謝感激っす。君を見かけたら捕まえろってことになってるんすよ。
誰に？
内緒っす。
He had a grin on his face. The way he smiled reminded me of Ban, his partner. But the difference was this. Ban's smile was an act, either to make someone let their guard down or just to piss them off. But Suwa's sly grin was a reflection of who he really was.
あんたはノロセの居場所を知ってる？
西条くんさ。
Suwa shook his head and sighed.
口の利き方に気をつけてほしいっすね。自分の方が年上っすよ。
バンっていう人を殺したのはあんただ。
だから
刑事のくせに人を殺すなんて。
君には言われたくないっす。
I clenched my D-sword tighter.
あんたみたいなやつに敬語を使う義理なんてないよ。
そんな舐めた口聞いていいんすか？殺すぞ、童貞野郎。
Even from this distance, I could see it clearly, the way the smile disappeared from his face. And then, without taking a step from where he was, he waved the hand that wasn't holding the gun. An impact, pain, a sudden sensation. I looked in surprise at my shoulder and saw a cross-shaped object I recognized sticking out of it. No, it wasn't a cross. It was a stake. The cross-shaped stakes used in the crucified murder. It was so fast that I hadn't even seen it hit me. In the darkness of the station, I hadn't even realized it was coming at me. Suwa had thrown it, and from that distance with perfect accuracy. I tried touching it. It felt cold and smooth. Was it a delusion? Or real? The pain was getting worse. The strength was draining from my hand. I couldn't hold my D sword anymore. Suwa spoke in a cold voice that belied his anger. Another of the cross-shaped stakes appeared in Suwa's hands. He flung it at Takumi Nishijo, barely keeping his raging anger in check. The stake ignored air resistance and all other physical laws. It flew in a straight line and struck Takumi in the arm, like it had a will of its own. 15 had already hit, not one had missed. Takumi's shoulder, his arm, his wrist, his hand, his hips, his thighs, his knees, his stomach. Blood was pouring from the deep wounds. Another stake had already appeared in his hand. He threw it, too. It was a very strange sensation, I thought to myself. He can't even hear me, Suwa thought. The pain from each stake felt real to me. Suwa threw another stake at the helpless Takumi.
俺はただの人間だけどな。お前らと同等の力を手に入れた。
Every awful thing that was happening was because of the Noah 2 terminal in his backpack. With that terminal, he didn't need to be close to Noah 2 to benefit from its power. He would become an artificial gigalomaniac. Suwa had let the power take complete control of him. Suwa had given himself over to this wonderful power. Suwa was an insane fanatic, willing to do whatever he had to for the sake of his leader and his church's teachings.
この力は神からの贈り物だ。信仰のため、信じる者のために戦えるんだからな。
Suwa threw another stake. The stake pierced Takumi's neck. The pain threatened to tear my body apart. The pain was maddening. Suwa's heart was filled to the brim with cruel joy. He wondered just how much pain Takumi could endure. Like torture, death was gradually approaching. I was helpless to resist. I tried to force what strength I had into my legs to keep from falling over. More and more stakes hit my body. My chest, my stomach, my nails, everywhere on my body. The thick, sharp stakes kept hitting me without mercy.
虫ピンで標本にされた昆虫みたいだな。しかもカブトムシとか蝶とかじゃない。お前みたいなガキにはコガネムシあたりがお似合いだ。
I couldn't even stand now. It was sheer strength of will that kept me from falling over. But I wouldn't last much longer. I couldn't see. It was like there were censorship bars over my vision.
遺言があるならいいな。ただし20時以内だ。
Sua whispered to me with a victorious grin, gripping the neck stake in his hand. The next one would kill me.
さっき童貞やろうって言った。
傷ついたのか。
I turned my eyes and glared at Sua, using his voice as a guide. It sounded very far away.
これが最後の一本。信仰の救いはお前にはやらねえよ。
I could sense the stake Sua threw, ripping through the air in front of me.
知ってる。
This stake would be the fatal one. This stake would be the one that delivered the promised gospel. And the one it would kill was...
童貞の妄想力はすごいんだ。
There was a dull thud. The stake embedded itself deep within the forehead. A terrible, overwhelming pain boiled up from within Sua's body. The terrible, overwhelming pain I had been feeling vanished from my body, like it had never been there at all. Sua screamed a voiceless scream. I took a deep breath and ran my tongue across my dry lips. Sua's entire body was covered with cross-shaped stakes. He looked up to see a stake sticking out of his forehead. I looked up to see a cloudy gray sky.
復活の奇跡は物語で妄想なんだ。何をした妄想シンクロ。
A melding of a delusion into another, an invasion of the mind, like two ripples in the water canceling each other out, like two wavelengths resonating, intertwining with one another, melting together. The causality he had been creating had been altered. This altered the causality another created. They had been switched. I had switched them. It was impossible. Sua couldn't believe it. I could see from Sua's face that he thought it was impossible. He didn't believe it.
神の先兵ならメシアと同じように朽ち果てろ。
Messiah, a savior. In Judaism and Christianity, the Messiah is the one believed to bring peace to the world. Christians believe Jesus Christ to be their savior. Jews, as I understand it, believe him to just be another prophet. Takumi flung the stake aside. I flung the stake aside. Sua's vision rapidly began to go dark. The light was rapidly fading from Sua's eyes.
それと僕は救いなんかいらないよ。
Sua didn't say a word. He had died on his feet. I went back inside the station. Kozupi was looking at me in shock. From the look of it, she had seen the whole thing and hadn't believed it. Her leg was covered in blood, and it looked like she was in a lot of pain.
小ズピ、大丈夫？
She nodded several times, still laying on the ground, but she couldn't stand on her own. She looked up at me with shining eyes.
たくみさん、今何が起きたの？
Kozubi, you're talking normally.
あ、本当だ。
She was looking at me in confusion, a finger on her lip. But she quickly had something more important to ask, it seemed.
童貞さんの妄想力はすごいの？
すごいよ。
Cinna had said that ignorance was a sin, but I didn't think that was true. Ignorance helped you perfect a delusion. If you were ignorant, you could expand the delusion in any direction you desired. You could create delusions you would never be able to make if you knew what something was really like. Delusions were what virgins were best at. Come to think of it, where was Cinna? I searched for her along the darkened platform. Cinna was standing on the platform, body slumped. At her feet was
畑野さん。
Issei Hatano lying in a pool of blood. He wasn't moving at all. Even I could tell he was dead. I hadn't made it in time. I had thought that if I found him, he could tell me where Noah 2 was, but...
ノア2は渋谷駅のすぐ横にある。
Cinna whispered, as if she had read my mind. She was looking down at Hatano, at the corpse of her own
こ
father.
の男が死ぬ間際に私の心に伝えてきた。渋谷駅の東口、ビルの屋上にある今は閉鎖されたプラネタリウム、そこにノア2がある。
どうも。
I wasn't sure if I should say anything to Cinna or not. She had hated her father. She had wanted to kill him. Her wish had been granted, but now she looked so sad and alone.
私をかばって、それで罪を償ったつもりか。
Cinna's words were directed at her father, who was now gone
お
forever.
前は自分の罪を認めた。その上で私に見せつけるように自殺したようなものだ。許せない。私はお前を許さない。
セナさん、心が泣いてるの。本当はお父さん殺したくなかったのら。
Just like Kozupi had whispered, Cinna's strong, tough attitude was now completely gone. She was sobbing. She fell to her knees right there.
どうして生きて罪を償おうとしないんだ。どうして私を一人にするんだ。どうして。
セナ。
西条、お願い。
Cinna looked up at me. Her face was wet with tears. There was no trace of the stern expression that had been there before.
ノア2を壊して。
It was the sad, broken face of a girl who had lost her family.
僕を殺そうとしたくせに。君のお願いなんて聞く義理はないよ。
匠さん。
I turned toward the tunnel leading to Shibuya Station, leaving Cinna and Kozupi behind me. Two big, gaping mouths, and beyond them only darkness. Passing through them would bring me to Shibuya via the shortest possible route.
僕は僕の目的のためだけにノア2を壊す。絶対に。
Cinna said something, I thought, but I wasn't listening. Kozo Inohana member of the lower house of the Japanese National Diet, and Yudai Kuramochi, founder and leader of the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light, were looking at the huge machine in front of them with satisfaction. It was Noah 2, and it was giving off an eerie roar.
5000人を殺すと言い出した時はどうなることかと思ったが。
調整には随分と骨が折れたよ。特に300人委員会に感づかれないようにするのはね。
ご協力に感謝します。
No Rose bowed to them shallowly.
だがこれが完成した今、5000人などちっぽけな数字でしかなくなった。
早くも影響が目に見えて出てきているよ。人々の家畜化が始まっている。
これでいよいよ我らが世界を手に入れる日も現実のものとなったわけだ。
Inohana and Kuramochi looked at each other, sharing an unnerving grin. No Rose watched them, unmoving and unblinking.
しかしノロセよ。貴様、なかなか興味深い趣味を持っているようじゃないか。
何のことでしょう。
Inohana gave him a nasty smile. He jerked his head in the direction of the artwork next to Noah 2.
なんとも芸術性にあふれるオブジェだ。ぜひわしにも一つ用意してもらいたいものだな。
素材ならば我が教団の信者の中からえりすぐりを提供してもよい。
倉持先生は気前がいい。
あれは餌ですよ。
餌？
ノア2をより完璧なものにするための。
まあそういうことにしておこう。
それよりノア2が具体的にどれほどのことができるのか実演してもらいたいところだね。
もうそれはいい。早速やってみせたまえ。
No Rose gave a small shrug. His face was still an expressionless mask.
では、このようなものはどうですか？
No Rose began speaking, and by the time his sentence was finished, the demonstration had already begun. Both Inohana and Kuramochi were suddenly holding pistols in their hands. It had happened without the slightest change on the part of No Rose, or even Noah 2.
おお、本物そっくりだ。
まるで手品のようだよ。
手品と一緒にしてもらっては困ります。その銃の存在は現実。
Inohana and Kuramochi stared at the weapons intently before giving a satisfied smile.
実に素晴らし
い。いかにも神をも超越する力だ。
この銃は記念にもらっておくとするか。
小物ですね。
No Rose's whisper went unheard by the other two.
早速今後の計画を検討しよ
う。まずは300人委員会の排除。
ノロセ、ご苦労だったな。
今後のことは追って連絡する。
The two went to leave the planetarium, both satisfied and pleased with themselves. But
その必要はありません。
何？
どういうことだ？
Only then did the expression on No Rose's face change. His eyes narrowed, and he tilted his head very slightly to look at them from a height. He was looking down on them, both in a physical sense and in sheer contempt.
計画は私が引き継ぎましょう。ただし、あなた方の考えているような低俗な目的ではなく、より崇高な理由のためにです。
No Rose's words were completely polite, but both Inohana and Kuramochi understood exactly what they meant, and were enraged.
裏切るのか。
神にでもなったつもりかね。
300人委員会が黙ってはおらんぞ。
お二人も300人委員会のメンバーでありながら反旗を翻そうとしていたではありませんか。
No Rose was staring at both of them. The look in his eyes was one of pure disgust. His cold gaze, like he was looking at something filthy, could only mean one thing. This whole time, he had been using Inohana and Kuramochi for his own purposes.
これはすべて予定通りの行動ですよ。あなた方がここで死ぬことも含めて。
ふざけるな。
ざれごと。
Both Kuramochi and Inohana pointed their guns at No Rose. They pulled their triggers.
ざれごとではなく。
Bursts of fire erupted from the guns at the same time, and the noise of the gunshots echoed throughout the dome.
予知だったのですが。
But it wasn't No Rose that collapsed, but Inohana and Kuramochi. For some reason, the two of them had pointed their guns at each other just before pulling the trigger. Death was instantaneous. The two of them both collapsed, identical holes in their skulls. Neither were breathing. They were now just lumps of meat.
ノア2は我が手にあります。俗物にはその意味がお分かりにはならなかったようだ。
No Rose's demonstration wasn't simply creating a pistol. He had made the two of them think the other was No Rose. That was also part of the demonstration, as well as their deaths. With Noah 2's power, it was simple. No Rose had turned his gaze to the artwork. There was Rimi Sakihara hanging, crucified on a cross-shaped object. Rimi had begged him to let Nanami go, and he had agreed on the condition that she become his hostage instead. Nanami's psychological attacks had drained much of the life from her. Even now she had hung there helplessly. But when No Rose approached, her shoulders shook just a little.
自分の手を汚さずに卑怯なことばっかり。あなたこそ俗物だよ。
No Rose's palm struck her across the cheek. Then he grabbed her jaw and forced her to look at him. Her expression was dead, but there was still a bright, burning light in her half-opened eyes.
なぜ西条匠に助けを求めないのです？
He whispered in her ear.
彼を巻き込まないで。
どちらの彼のことを言っているのですか？
二人ともだよ。
私としてはどちらか一人で十分ですがね。IR2 を生み出したものとその完全なるコピー。二人とも化け物じみた力を持っている。彼らどちらかのコードサンプルが手に入れば、ノア2はより完璧へと近づくでしょう。神をも超える力を得るのです。
Rimi looked down, pain on her face. No Rose tore his hand away from her jaw, then looked up at Noah 2 with a satisfied smile on his lips.
さあ、呼びかけなさい。どちらでもいい。私は歓迎しますよ。
If anything, he was looking forward to it. looking forward to Takumi Nishijo overcoming the trial that he had laid out for him and coming here. The D-sword was my light as I walked through the dark tunnel. I found myself walking faster. I had never walked through a train tunnel before. I knew there weren't any trains coming, but still, I kept looking in front of and behind me to make sure. The distance between Shinsen Station and Shibuya was less than a minute by train. It should be less than a kilometer away. Fortunately, the Inokashira line tunnel hadn't collapsed completely. It felt like I could make it to Shibuya Station without too much trouble. There was one thing bothering me, though. What Kozupi had said before I had left. She had told me this.
たくさんのぐもぐもドロドロっていう意識がね、待ち構えてるのら。コズピー、力になれないけど。気をつけてね、たくみさん。
Icky, Gormy minds. Whatever that meant. I could assume they weren't friendly. I was starting to get scared. I was really lonely. I was here alone in this pitch black tunnel. The idea of something awful waiting for me terrified me. I thought for a moment about turning back and heading to Shibuya Station via the surface. It was a tempting idea, but I couldn't afford to lose that much time. I drove away the fear by thinking about Rimi's smile. I held the D-sword in front of me to light up the tunnel. The red light was eerie and just made me feel more afraid. Suddenly something felt off. It felt like I had caught a glimpse of something strange. I looked around harder to see what it could be. There, 10 meters ahead of me in the tunnel, I saw something sticking out of the ground. I looked closer. It wasn't sticking out of the ground. It was about 20 centimeters tall, and it was a Seiratan figure. What? What the hell was an anime figure doing here? It was completely out of place.
Said, hello.
Hello, Moria. Welcome to the stream. I hope you are having a fantastic existence. This was a dark subway tunnel, a train line connecting two stations. Most people would never be allowed here in their entire lives. And there, in the middle of the tracks, was an anime figure. It was my favorite version too, the post-awakening version, and her chest was smashed in. Was that my figure? The one I had dropped in the confusion at Scramble Crossing? What was it doing here? And it was standing straight up with a seductive smile on its face, looking at me.
なんでセイラが
ふーん、タッキーにはそう見えてるんだ。
I heard a voice. It was Sarah's voice, the way I had always imagined it in my head.
なんでもいいけどさ。
Stream Elements. Said, stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
In the time it took for me to blink, she had grown from a figure to a full human size. She shook her sexy body at me, just like a real human would do. Her huge breasts bounced. Her hair waved around her body. Was this my delusion?
ねえタッキー、遊ぼうよ。
I heard a voice behind me. I turned around in surprise, and there was another Seiratan there.
リミッチのことなんてほっといてさ。
Not just behind me, to my left, to my right. The Seiratans were multiplying. They were pouring forth out of the darkness. I watched them, feeling seriously creeped out. Before too long, the number of Seiratans had reached the 3 digits.
私と気持ちいいことしよう。
The 100 Saratans surrounding me, speaking in unison.
一緒ボケナス
One of the Saratans to my front charged at me with a smile on her face. She had a huge hammer in her slender arms, and she was swinging it at me. The impact was real. When I blocked with the D-sword, I could feel it travel through the blade and into my body. She had hit hard. My hands felt like they were going numb. I could even feel the pain. And then I understood. This was real. It wasn't a delusion. All of them were real
Stream
rooted.
Elements said, "Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate."
All of them were my enemy.
遊んでくれないとぶっ飛ばしちゃうぞ。
僕の嫁なら道を開けて。
やだ。
それなら。
I would just have to force my way through. I gripped the sword tight. The flames decorating the handle burned brighter, more red light streaming from the sword. I swung at her, at my wife. The blade had no weight. It traveled smoothly right along the path I had wanted it to travel. And it sliced her in half. There was no sensation of cutting through flesh or bone. It barely took any strength at all. Seira's sexy body was cut clean in half, diagonally, and fell to the ground in a spurt of blood. Even her organs were realistic. They were a nasty, glistening pink. I looked away.
ごめん、セラ。
I had killed my favorite anime character with my own hands. For an otaku, nothing could be more painful. But still, I had to keep going.
強い強い。さすがタッキー。そんなタッキーが好き。もっと気持ちよくして。遊ぼうよ。めちゃくちゃにしてあげる。楽しい楽しい。
Each of the Seiras was saying something different. Their voices were a flood of sound that threatened to swallow me. I needed to stop thinking of them as Seira. I told myself that they weren't her. As I sliced through the Seiras blocking my path so that I would move forward.
どいてよ。
A flash of red light moving in an arc, a slicing blade in the darkness. I swung my blade horizontally and killed 4 of the Saratans in a single motion. One of them grabbed me from behind, an arm wrapped around my neck in something like a sleeper hold. I could feel large, soft breasts pressed up against my back. Another Saratan tried to grab my leg. I stabbed the D-sword through her face. Her pretty smile melted, leaving a hole behind. It hurt to breathe. I was being strangled. I was going to suffocate. The metal club was right in front of my face. I spun around, changing places with the Saratan struggling me. My back was to put them both now. The one holding me relaxed her grip.
リミッチのことなんて忘れて。
I shook the Saratan strangling me off, and then spun around again, swinging the D-sword. Three Saratans were running towards me. My sword severed their legs. They all fell forward at once, and I stepped over their bodies and kept going.
強い男って好き。
I brought the blade down on the Seira in the back, who was swinging her club around. She blocked it with her metal club. The weapon cut through the club, and her brain, too. The D-sword wasn't really cutting anything, it was melting anything it touched. No matter how hard, no matter how soft, no matter how cold, no matter how hot, the sword burned through anything it touched, vaporizing it instantly. It was a chilling sight. Countless anime characters, all with the same face, all calling my name, all trying to kill me. I let out a bestial scream to give myself strength, and pierced the chest of the Seira to my front. She grabbed the D-sword. Her hand vaporized almost as soon as she touched it. I was stunned. Fear welled up from deep inside my body. A horrid chill ran down my spine. My body was frozen in place. This wasn't Seira. Seira would never try to hurt me. I heard the sound of some ribs breaking. I could hear a nasty sound coming from the bones in my right arm, too. An impact, echoing from within my own body. It blew me backwards. I slammed into the wall. I hit my head hard. My vision started to go black. Her metal club came down at high speed and smashed into me. My left arm turned to meat paste at the elbow. It took a big chunk of the concrete wall with it, too. Another club came at my legs. I had no strength at all in my right hand. Even moving it a little caused tremendous pain to echo in my brainstem. But I ignored the pain and slashed out with the D-sword anyway. It ripped through the club easily, and I could feel a scream slip from my lips from the pain. I leapt at the Seira in front of me. I pushed the D-sword into her chest and yanked it out. Seira's blood was all over my hands. Even though she was an anime character, her blood was still warm. My mind was going numb. The only thing I could feel was pain. I wanted to shut it out, but I couldn't, as long as I felt this pain. Thick, red blood was pouring from my crushed left hand. Even holding the D-sword with my right hand was painful. My bones ached so badly, I thought I would pass out. I realized I was sweating from my entire body. The drops were getting into my eyes and making them sting. My vision was going blurry. The Seiras were rushing towards me, getting close. Their happy laughter echoed in my ears, shaking my eardrums. Suddenly a thought came to me. With these kinds of injuries, I might not last more than a few hours. But that was fine. I was a delusion. By tomorrow I would disappear anyway. It didn't matter how badly I was hurt. As long as I could save Remy, as long as I could destroy Noah too. If they wanted to take part of my body, I would gladly give it to them. So, the club came at me once more. I thought about dodging it, but the exhaustion and pain slowed me down. It hit me straight in the temple. I could feel the massive spike embedding itself into my skull. The world shook. I blacked out. It was dark before, but now I couldn't see anything. I rolled, and as I rolled, I checked to make sure the D-sword was still in my aching right hand. I tried to stand up with my crushed left hand. Exposed bones smacked into the bare ground. What felt like an electric shock ran through my body. For a second, I passed out. I woke up immediately. My vision came back. My body was floating. My legs touched the ground. I used the centrifugal force from being knocked back to charge into the crowd of Seiras. I swung my right hand. My bones creaked. Blood spurted from the Seiras. The smell of blood hung in my nose. Was it my blood? The Seiras' blood? I couldn't tell anymore. It was all mixed together. I was covered in blood. Even my blurry vision had turned red. I kept lashing out with the sword. I didn't know how many I had killed now, or how long it would take. It felt like the Seiras were multiplying infinitely. As Seira clung to my right hand, I flailed the D-sword, dragging her along with it. But she didn't fall off. She yanked my arm in an impossible direction. The bone jerked out from its socket. I couldn't move it anymore. The D-sword was going to fall from my hands. I felt the vomit flying up from my stomach. I gagged on it. The taste of blood spread through my mouth. Maybe one of my broken ribs had damaged my organs. A million kinds of pain were devouring my body. I was going crazy. I wished. I couldn't stop myself from wishing. I wanted to be free from all this. I knew it was impossible, so I didn't expect it to work. A smiling Seira was staring into my eyes. I kicked her in the jaw hard and forced my rapidly numbing right arm to move as best it could. It felt like my nerves were being set on fire. My whole body was hot. The pain from the exposed bone had spread not just into my arm, but to my whole body, like my body was shattering. I heard what sounded like the scream of a dying animal. I wondered whose voice it was, before realizing it was my own. My fingers on my right hand moved, just a little. I picked up the D-sword, a delusion. An image of tying it with string. In an instant it became real, and the D-sword was bound to my hand with a string. I had to go, to Rimi, past this darkness. I spat out the blood that was pooling in my mouth. I was surrounded by piles of Seira corpses. More Seiras were kicking them over to get at me. A ripple appeared in the pool of blood. I slowly shook my head. I bit down hard on my teeth. And right after that, all the Seiras instantly turned 2D. The ones who were standing became life-size pop-ups. The ones who were on the ground became Dakimakura covers. They had returned to where they belonged, the two-dimensional world, and they never moved again. I bowed my head for just a little, as if in silent prayer, while a part of me was thinking that bloodstained Guro versions of a Seira Dakimakura were never going to sell. I still felt like I was about to pass out at any moment, so I bit down hard on my lip to stay awake. I started to walk through the dark tunnel once more. Inside an old building near Shibuya Station's east entrance. The rest of the buildings were either partially or completely destroyed, but this one wasn't. On its roof was a planetarium, one which had closed several years earlier. I headed up the empty stairwell, gasping for breath, and went through the deathly quiet lobby into the planetarium itself. I gasped when I saw the huge device inside. The awe-inspiring sight of Noah 2, a chill that threatened to steal away from my body's warmth, and next to it, a bizarre object that felt like some kind of artwork. It was shaped something like a cross, and Remy was bound to it. She slowly looked up when she heard my voice. Our eyes met. Her eyes went wide. Her eyes went wide. She shook her head sadly.
キスだらけになってそんな無茶して待っててって言ったのになんで
Because I love you. Because I love you, Remy. But I couldn't say that. Covered in blood, with one arm crushed, I couldn't tell her I had come to save her because I loved her. I was nowhere near being a knight in shining armor, and she would probably think I was creepy. Anyway, I was basically a stalker, right? Even if I told her how I felt, it would just be a nuisance to her. After this, she was going to live out the rest of her life. After this, I was going to die. Telling her how I felt would only give her bad memories. So instead, I said something else. I could barely move my right hand, the one with the D-sword strapped to it. I struggled and strained to move my fingers, pulling a handkerchief from my pocket. It was a soft red. I couldn't tell if it was that shade of red to begin with, or if it was stained with my blood. It was a handkerchief Remy had given to me. It didn't smell like flowers anymore.
僕は君をここから助け出してノア2を壊してこのハンカチを返すんだ。
That was all I could do, and once that was done, I would have no regrets when I disappeared. And honestly, I didn't think I could do anything more than that. All my senses felt like they were going numb. Maybe the pain was so bad that my brain had shut off sensation from some of my nerves. I could barely move my body. More and more blood poured from my arm. My eyes were blurry. I felt so cold, like I might pass out the second I let my guard down. A tall man, Genichi Norose, stepped out from behind the shadow of Noah 2. He was clapping, but there was no expression on his face.
しかし、致命的なことが一つあります。行動原理が感情に根ざしているということです。それは野蛮人のすることだ。
I couldn't really understand what he was saying. It was all I could do to process the pain. I couldn't deal with any words except Rimi's.
逃げて。
小を犠牲にして大の利益を守る。それを悪だと思いますか？私はそうは思いません。このままでは人類はいずれ滅び去る。人の欲望によってです。あまりにも醜い心、あまりに利己的な欲望の洪水。人の社会はすでに破綻し、腐り落ちようとしています。誰もが己のことしか考えず、その結果殺し合い、奪い合っています。君もギガロマニアックスとして覚醒したのなら見たはずですよ。人の心の本質を。私は幼い頃に覚醒したため、もう何十年という間、それを見てきた。300人委員会は人類の自滅を阻止するためという大義名分のもと、世界人間牧場計画を推し進めてきました。けれどそれも所詮、彼らのエゴを満たすものでしかない。私が目指すのはそんなものではありません。悟ったのですよ。この腐った世界を再生するためには、社会のシステムを変えるのではなく、世界中すべての人間の心を変える必要があるのだと。そのためのプロジェクトノアです。ノア2があれば世界中すべての人間から負の妄想を消し去り、清廉な心へと漂白できます。争いは消え、世界に永遠の平和を与えることができます。君も誰かに蔑まれることもなくなるでしょう。
His long speech finally came to an end. I almost fell and spent all my strength trying to keep myself upright. I had been lucky. He had given me a chance to rest for a little.
あんたの言ってることはもしかしたら正しいかもしれない。
Not that I had heard all of what he had said, but what he was saying was probably best for humanity's future. It was probably a wonderful thing, I thought. No Rose was the CEO of a huge company, a good, just man concerned with the well-being of all humanity. And I was a monster, a loser, a creepy otaku, just here to save a girl for the sake of my selfish ego. Normally, I would be the bad guy here. The monster would be defeated, and the good and just would win.
でも、僕はあんたには負けられない。
なぜ否定するのです？
ただの自己満足だ。
残念です。
No Rose kept his eyes on me as he grabbed Rimi by the collar and pulled her down. He reached out toward the strange artwork. And then, in an instant, the thing attached itself to No Rose's hand. It was no artwork, no cross to crucify someone on. It was a D-sword, and far too huge to be called a sword. Cruel, cold, spreader of terror, tainted gospel. Pandemonium, chaos, tyrannical blasphemy, evil pure and clean, like a gate to hell, stealing away the hearts of all who saw it and trapping them in a cycle of eternal torment. All the world's ills mixed and made manifest. I gulped once in fear, but I had made my decision to come here. I held the D-sword up. It was still attached to my hand by the string, and I took a step towards Noah too, which meant getting closer to No-Rose. The reach of his weapon was far longer than mine.
剣で切り合うような野蛮な行為はあまり得意ではないのですがね。しかし、君からコードサンプルを手に入れる必要があります。そのために無力化しなければ。
No-Rose was tall, but the blade was far taller than him. He swung it at me with one hand. It was a heavy strike that threatened to crush anything in its path. My arm was slow to respond. Just tensing it up made pain go shooting through it, but I forced myself to raise my arm anyway. And I blocked his D-sword. A normal blade would have shattered in pieces from the impact, especially since mine was so thin. It was the opposite of the massive weapon in his hands. But the D-sword didn't break. Somehow I managed to deflect No-Rose's first attack. My hand went numb. Without a left hand, I couldn't keep my balance. I almost fell backward. It almost knocked me away, but I somehow endured and blocked his second attack. He was fast, far faster than me. Don't let the way the swords look deceive you, I told myself. A battle of strength, a tiny delicate sword, and a powerful vicious one. For now I was matching him blow for blow, but there was no telling how long that would last. A fourth strike, the swords collided. He changed the way he was holding the blade. It looked like he was holding the grip of the sword tighter. His D-sword began to vibrate. There was an eerie sound as it transformed. The edge of the blade opened like scissors as it raced towards my chest. I realized too late that this change would prove to be a fatal one for me. Resistance. I brought the blade down in front of me, but it was too late. The two ends of the blade stabbed into my chest. A cruel smile appeared on No-Rose's face. He relaxed his grip, and the two pincers drew closer. They tore through my chest, my ribs, my lungs, my body. I forced myself to take a step back. No-Rose swung his arm to the side. I saw fresh blood spurt out in front of my eyes. The pain ran through my whole body. I had thought my senses had all gone numb, but the pain was so bad I wanted to scream. I clenched my jaw and tried not to pass out. My chest was torn open, sliced into mincemeat. If I hadn't taken that step back, he would have gotten my heart too. Blood spurted everywhere. I almost fell, but I stayed on my feet. I can't die. I can't make it all the way here and then die. I ignored No-Rose. I headed toward Noah too, where Remy was collapsed. Remy lifted her head just a little to look up at me. She was probably exhausted and weak. She probably couldn't stand. Either from exhaustion or my injuries, my vision was all blurry. I couldn't tell what the expression on her face was. I couldn't look her in the eye. I didn't want her to see me like this, covered in blood, getting my ass kicked. I still had some tiny, miserable sense of pride. I was going to die either way, but it still mattered to me how I looked to her. I kept going toward Noah too. I was close enough to hit it with my D-sword. Strangely, No-Rose wasn't following me. And then a melody filled the dome. Toriance. Noah too rose high in front of me. The sound it was making grew higher in pitch. Something strange and unknowable was working within its terrifying mechanisms. I paused for a moment in fear, but then slowly raised the sword to my waist, and then I aimed for the tube-covered, almost organic object in front of me. I swung the sword. Suddenly I realized Noah too had disappeared from my vision. For some reason I had my back to it. I had just tried to destroy it. I hadn't turned away from it at all. But I was facing away from it nonetheless. No Rose was in front of me, right where I had seen Noah too in my blurry vision a moment ago. I turned around and swung the D-sword again. But even though I had thought I had turned around, I hadn't. I had had the intent to turn around. I had made the motions to turn around, but I hadn't actually turned around. I was confused.
ノア2の自己防衛機能とでも言うべきものです。
His quiet voice echoed through the dome and mixed with the melody of Toriance.
近づく者の心に干渉し、意志を歪ませる。ノア2には
No
誰も
one.
近寄れません。私以外。
He finished speaking and walked over to me with steady, elegant steps. He slowly raised the massive D-sword above his head. I grit my teeth. I had lost too much blood. I couldn't think. But still, I raised my almost entirely numb right hand. My right hand, which could barely move from the pain, and tried to ready myself for his next attack. The D-sword was only tied to my hand with string. The intense impact knocked it away. It went rolling along the floor, far from where I was. I watched it fly away from me in shock. And when I turned my gaze back to No Rose, I could see him chuckling. The melody had changed. It was an unnerving one now, one that seemed to be warning of something.
君の存在を否定してあげましょう。
He was readying his next attack. He was about to bring it down. His D-sword was far too destructive, far too violent, far too powerful, and I was unarmed. I had nothing to block his attack with. I was helpless. Remy ran between the two of us. I could feel her soft body against my face. Remy's chest. She had wrapped herself around me. She was protecting me. No Rose sighed softly before lowering the blade. Remy had saved me again, even though I was the one who had come to save her. I was so pathetic. Frustrated and angry, I slid my right hand between the buttons of her blouse. I could feel the warm, slightly rough sensation of the underwear she was wearing, the pain of the wound in my chest, the pain of my severed left arm, the pain of my dislocated right shoulder, the pain of my injured lungs, and the fact that I could barely breathe. The warmth made all of them go away. Remy's underwear, Remy's bare skin. I ripped the buttons on the blouse. I tore apart the clothes concealing her body. Oh, okay, what the hell's going on here? I exposed her underwear. Oh, okay, what the hell is going on here? Remy twisted her body to get away from me. I clung to her tighter. I didn't let go. I gasped and pulled away from her. I couldn't believe what I had just done. Even after I let go, she covered her chest with her hands, sobbing sadly. She had tried to save me. Why had I done that? What was I doing, especially at a time like this? Why was I making her cry?
本当は先畑リミを犯したいんでしょ。
I heard my own voice in my head. I gasped. Why did I gasp? Because the voice was right? Because it had seen through me? And who was the voice? It was me. I was the voice of my heart. My real feelings.
ここで物にしておかないと将軍に寝取られちゃう。あんなしわくちゃ野郎にリミはやられちゃうんだよ。寝取られるなんて嫌じゃねえ。まあもうすでにやられちゃってる可能性もあるけどさ。
My true feelings were whispering to me. Stop it. Don't say those things. I don't think any of that stuff. I wanted to put my hands over my ears, but I couldn't. I didn't even have a left hand anymore. Remy was crying. She was too much of a mess to even fix her clothes. Looking at her made me feel a crushing pain in my heart.
片思いでいいとか綺麗事言ってないでさ。犯しちゃえって。ノロセはそれをする時間ぐらい待ってくれるってよ。どうせ僕はもうすぐ死ぬんだ。恨まれたってへでもないって。やりたいことやって死のうよ。僕のこのかわいそうな境遇ならここでちょっとひどいことやったってしょうがなかったで許されるよ。
This was my delusion, a bad habit of mine. So I needed to make sure I didn't listen, make sure it didn't influence me. My weak heart was trying to lead me to take the bad way out, the easy way out, but right now I couldn't listen to it.
それにリミは僕に同情してくれてた。それならむしろやらしてくれるべきだ。犯せ。死ぬ前に童貞捨てようよ。ダメだ！
I yelled. I yelled to break the weakness in my heart, to blow it away. Fortunately, the voice disappeared. Remy wasn't crying anymore. She had been covering her face with her hands, but now she lowered them. She gave me a cold glance of disgust.
つまんない男。
That one word was enough to fill my head with black emotions. I went to throw myself at her when a huge stake burst through the concrete floor. Its pointed tip stabbed right into my crotch. I couldn't understand what was going on. My legs left the floor. I couldn't escape. The stake worked its way deeper and deeper into my body. The pain was unbelievable, but not enough to kill me. The stake kept growing taller until it lifted me a full meter off the ground. The slightest movement caused intense pain in my crotch. I couldn't move an inch. I wanted somebody to save me. I looked down at Remy with pleading eyes, but she ignored me and walked over to No-Rose, and then she crouched down, like she was exhausted. Both Remy and No-Rose were watching me in my ugliness. They were just watching me expressionlessly. Neither tried to help.
知っていますか？かつて拷問刑として串刺しは 世界中のあちこちで用いられていました。この拷問の特徴は、死ぬまで3日ほどかかるということです。自らの体重によって徐々にその杭は体に食い込んでいく。ポイントは、杭の先端はそれほど尖らせないことです。それにより臓器を傷つけることがなくなり、死ぬまでの期間が延びるわけです。最終的に杭の先端が口や肩から突き破れば処刑は終了。見守っていてあげますよ。3日間、あなたが死ぬまでね。彼女も同じ考えのようですし。
Remy slowly nodded.
もっともその前に胸や腕の傷のせいで失血死に至る方が早いかもしれませんが。
This was a delusion. He was attacking me with a delusion. I kept telling myself that. The real me wasn't being impaled. I was simply standing in front of Noah too. I was hallucinating. That's what I believed. That's what I had to believe. 3 days, 72 hours, 4,320 minutes, 259,200 seconds. If I could endure that, the delusion would end. It would have to end. It would be so much easier if I could fall asleep or pass out. But unfortunately, I couldn't. The pain wouldn't let me. That's what made this such an effective method of torture. If this kept up, I was going to go crazy. Just a moment ago, I had been planning to find some way to endure it, but now I felt nothing but despair. The thought of the long hours that waited for me until my death drove away any emotions except despair. I wished he would just kill me. How much time had passed? There were no clocks around me. I couldn't tell. I wanted to see a clock, but if I did, the slowness of the seconds passing would break me. I grit my teeth. A waterfall of sweat was pouring off my body. My throat felt parched. I quenched it with the blood that would sometimes work its way up from my stomach. And inside my body, I could feel the stake working its way gradually up, digging deeper inside me. I could feel it inside me. It was a countdown to death. At some point, it would work its way up through what remained of my chest, come through my windpipe, and out of my mouth. The pain and fear were making me crazy. Every 5 minutes, I would pass out from the pain and wake up again. What I learned from that was that when I passed out, my body would relax and the stake would go faster. Of course, the pain would get vastly worse, and then the pain would wake me up. I would writhe from the pain, unable to move, and then to escape from it, I would pass out. This horrible cycle repeated again and again. Even when I was awake, my vision was blurring. For some reason, the pain felt a little better. My vision was dim. I thought that maybe it was night, but there were no windows in the dome. That couldn't be it. It was probably from lack of blood, I thought. There were very small amounts of blood trickling from my chest and my left arm. If only more would come out, I could die an easy death from blood loss before the stake killed me. I had the idea of trying to move my crushed left arm, the one that no longer existed below the elbow. But it wouldn't move. The nerves were probably already dead. Was this really a delusion? When would it end? Would it really end? What proof did I have to begin with when I had thought it was a delusion? How could I tell it was a delusion? What if it was real? I could endure it all I wanted, and I would still just die. There was no point in trying to endure it all. So why was I doing it anyway? I was a moron, an idiot, a total idiot. Die. I meant that too. It wasn't just something I was saying. I should just die now. I'm sick of the pain, sick of the suffering. I should just bite my tongue clean off. Then it all would be over. Just let me go. This is a delusion, right?
死ぬ死ぬ死ぬ死ぬ死ぬ死ぬ痛い死ぬ死ぬ死ぬ死ぬ死ぬ死ぬ死ぬ痛い死ぬ死ぬ
More blood came from my chest. I ceased to be able to breathe. No matter how much I tried to suck in oxygen, all I did was make a strange, ridiculous whistling sound with my throat. I could see the stake poking up through the wound in my chest. I spat out blood. I opened my mouth again and again in search of oxygen. I felt relieved. I could die soon.
そろそろですね。
I heard No Rose's voice. I could sense him right in front of me, but he was nowhere to be seen. My eyes couldn't see anything now. I had been suffering, impaled on the stake for so long that I had totally forgotten about him and Remy. Was Remy still nearby? It didn't even matter, though. I was busy trying to breathe. For a while now, I had been using all of my strength and nerves to do that.
君が無事死ぬ前に彼女を始末しておきましょう。
I didn't understand what he was saying. I didn't have time to think.
私を殺すの？
へえ、そういうことです。遺言をどうぞ。
ごめん、タクのこと助けてあげられなかった。
I could hear her dying screams. I heard the sound of somebody falling. She had been shot and killed, I thought. I felt no emotion. I was too busy. I went back to my job, trying to breathe, and then I was stunned at myself. What was the point of this? Why was I trying so hard to breathe? This wasn't fair. I felt something hot run down my cheeks. Maybe I was crying, but I had no way to know. I had hung in there for 3 days, and I was almost to the end, and I had lost her. I'm sorry, Remy. I'm the one who should apologize. I couldn't protect you. There was no sense in living anymore. I released all the tension in my body. I could feel myself sinking faster. Something was in my throat. I couldn't breathe at all. It was rising up. I came back to my senses. The sense of having something inside my body disappeared. I wasn't impaled. The only blood was on my chest and my left arm. How much of that had been a delusion? My brain's processing speed couldn't keep up. I couldn't understand what was going on. No Rose was in front of me, D-sword held high.
帰ってきましたか。あなたが体験した3日間は現実では1秒しか経っていませんが。
やっぱり妄想。
I whispered, relieved. No Rose's D-sword came down like a hurricane. My top half fell away from my bottom half. My vision tilted. From the waist down, I was still standing. From the waist up, I was falling. My body had been sliced in two. The cut was unbelievably clean. I stared at my lower half, confused. I didn't want to admit this could be real. Was this a delusion? I hoped it was a delusion. Please be a delusion. Remy was calling my name. She sounded so sad.
その状態でも死ぬまで数分は持つはずです。元医師である私が言うのだから確かですよ。その間にコードサンプルを取ることにしましょうか。
I crawled. I moved my body forward using just my right hand towards Remy's voice. I wanted to touch her. I had to save her. Remy. Right hand. Forward. 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 I stretched it out. But I didn't know where Remy was. I couldn't reach her. I couldn't reach anyone. Crunch. The sound of cracking bones. No rose's leather shoe had come down hard on my extended right hand.
さすが化け物と言うべきですか。
そのノロセの足が蜃気楼のように揺れた。床のタイルの模様がぼんやりとし始めて、天地が回転する。床と天井が逆になる。僕は天井に這いつくばっている。描断された腰からものすごい勢いで血が噴き出す。全開にした蛇口のように血が体から抜けていく。そのまま腕の傷口を通って内臓までが流れ出る。意識がスーッと遠くなる。でも完全には途切れない。血だまりができて、僕はそのシンクの海に身を横たえている。ドクンドクンと鼓動する心臓が僕の目の前に転がっていて、血だまりに波紋を作り、その波紋をぼんやり見ていたら、僕の形が崩れた。人としての形を維持できない。僕と世界との境界が消失する。肉が溶け、骨がゴムのように曲がり、眼球は四角になり、口から裏返った灰がこぼれ出し、神経は数万キロメートルも引っ張られ、脳はシワの一つ一つを丁寧に伸ばされ、体はブヨブヨになる。空気に溶けていく。右手が糸のように伸びて、プラネタリウムを出ていく。それは飴細工のように渋谷の空をさまよってコーネリアスタワーにくるくる巻きつく。何度も 何度も何度も別れた足が膨れてる。ブクブクと水風船みたい。パンパンに皮膚が伸びてギチギチ音を立ててる。液状化。肉も骨もとろけてふくらはぎに溜まってる。腰からニョキって小さな頭が生えて、ぎょろりとした白い目が僕を見たよ。そしたら僕の頭がぐしゃって潰された。どっちの頭かはよくわかんない。潰れてトロトロになって、ビルの床、コンクリートの分子の隙間を抜けて落ちていく。地上へビューって地面に作るどろりとした脳みその水たまり。もぞもぞもごもごジュルジュルドロドロプルプルビヨンビヨンビチャビチャぐじゅぐじゅぐちゃりぐちゃり。僕は二つになる。二つが四つになる。四つが八つになる。八つが四つに。二つが八つに。四つが四つに。どんどん増えてどんどん減る。僕がいっぱい。僕がいない。僕は何？僕って何？何って僕？僕？何？何区がナボに、ナボ、ボに、なく、ぼ、な。
君は妄想なんかじゃないよ。
レだ。
見てごらん。
西条七海
Stream
が
Elements
祈る。
said, "Stay moist, my
兄
friends.
と共に
Hydrate."
収容された病院。怪我人があふれた待合室の片隅にうずくまり、実の兄のしわくちゃの手を握りしめて、右手の痛みに耐えて、目を閉じて祈る。もう一人の兄の無事を。楠木優愛が祈る。倒壊したビルの瓦礫。そこに埋もれるように横たわるコンテナの中で、彼の美少女フィギュアの一つを握りしめて、地震と火事で醜く変形してしまったフィギュアたちの姿に感じた胸の痛みに耐え、目を閉じて祈る。 彼女を許してくれた少年の無事を。岸本綾瀬が祈る。避難所となっている水明学園。その校舎の屋上で空を見上げて、神話が書かれた文庫本を握りしめて、崩壊した渋谷を覆う不特定多数の妄想が見せる悪意の痛みに耐え、目を閉じて祈る。彼女の歌を、彼女の話を聞いてくれた少年の無事を。折原梢が祈る。新鮮駅の薄暗いホーム。青い瀬名の震える手を握りしめて、足の傷の痛みに耐えて、目を閉じて祈る。心の声で語り合ったクラスメートの少年の無事を。横たわる父の傍らに座り、父の冷たくなった手を握りしめて、最後まで素直になれなかった後悔の痛みに耐えて、 目を閉じて祈る。彼女のお願いに不器用ながら答えようとしてくれた少年の無事を、咲畑りみが祈る。冷たい床に横たわりながら彼へ伸ばした自らの手をきつく握りしめて、傷だらけの彼の姿を見て感じた。締め付けられるような胸の痛みに耐えて目を閉じて祈る。自分が守ろうとした自分を助けに来てくれた少年の無事を。
僕は何もできなかった。君が行動したんだ。その結果としてみんなが君のことを見てきた。君という周囲共通認識はとっくに出来上がっているんだ。これからは、いや、もうすでに君こそが。
僕は、君は誰？僕はその声が聞こえた瞬間に意識が僕を固定した。ぐちゃぐちゃにかき回されていた世界が一気に収束する。混沌は僕の理想度を形作って収束する。僕は僕としての形に戻る。世界は世界としての形に戻る。僕は僕だ。
My vision became clear again. My wounds were healed. My top and bottom were connected once more. I was standing on my own 2 feet. The pain was completely gone. My heart was completely at peace.
妄想によく打ち勝ったね。僕の最後の力を君に託すよ。
I could see Mimi in the corner of my vision. She was safe. She was looking at me. She was crying. Don't cry. I gripped the D-sword handle. I held it tight. I felt its sensation in my hands. My arms were moving. They were completely restored.
これは実に興味深いです。この化け物。
I looked straight at No Rose.
確かに僕は化け物だよ。でもこれが
To save Rimi. To destroy Noah too.
僕が望んだ妄想だ。
No Rose's response was fast. He still didn't have Takumi Nishijo's code sample. He had thought he had pushed the boy to the brink with a delusion attack, but now the tables had almost completely turned. He couldn't let that happen. No Rose charged. He brought his D-sword up from below. He sliced it across Takumi's chest. The D-sword could cut through anything. It didn't matter what it was. Cutting through a human was no more difficult than cutting through jelly. Norose's lightning-fast attack had sliced Takumi in two. But there was no blood. Takumi's lower half almost fell, but it didn't. It was still standing. And in the next moment, it regenerated, uninjured, as if it never happened. And then he regenerated. The body that had been sliced apart just a second ago had already grown a new head, a new right arm, and a new right shoulder. Takumi took a step towards Norose. Norose grimaced. He flipped the D-sword over.
肉体の形を捨てたがゆえにいかなる形をも取れるということですか。
あんたの見せてくれた妄想のおかげだよ。
He hadn't been able to maintain his shape as a human, but he had taken that delusion and made it his own. He wasn't regenerating, he was replenishing. The lost parts were made from the infinitely multiplying dust inside him, formed into flesh and bones. His shape wasn't fixed. Like an amoeba, like a slime, he could change it to be however he wanted. That was the reason Takumi had called himself a monster. His legs took another step toward Norose. Norose's frustration increased. He held the grip of his D-sword and stabbed it out towards the approaching Takumi. The huge scissors stretched out towards either side of the boy's head.
脳を失えば妄想はできないでしょう。
He crushed it as one would smash a watermelon. Blood spurted everywhere. But Takumi's body kept going forward. The regeneration replenishing only took an instant. When his foot touched the ground, as if nothing had ever happened, as if it had been replaced with a new one, his head was there and undamaged. Norose understood. He couldn't win. No physical attacks with his D-sword would be effective. His enemy had taken his delusion attack, his attempt to deny their existence, and turned it into their advantage. In this moment, Takumi Nishijo was so far beyond human, so twisted an existence, so perfect a monster. But Norose couldn't give up. He thought of using Noa2's power to blast Takumi with countless antiparticles. Nothing could withstand collision with antiparticles without turning into negative matter and collapsing in on itself. If destruction from outside was impossible, then he would have to destroy his foe from inside.
そうなんだね。
Takumi had read Norose's thoughts. The light of Takumi's D-sword changed from red to black. Black flames surrounded the blade. It roared. It stretched out. It was just as if it was... a huge black snake.
そして現れるの。
It wandered the room, too big for the dome. It scraped against the roof. It scraped up against the floor, as if it was eating away at them both, devouring them.
邪神は黒き大地。あらゆる崩壊を飲み込み、邪神の耳を砕くことのできる。糖質にして異質なる。
The snake's body was composed of antiparticles, particles which would cause anything they touched to collapse in on itself. It was an all-devouring torrent of destruction.
触手芸はあんまり好みじゃないけど。
Tentacle games. Games where girls suffer a variety of terrible fates at the hands of tentacled monsters. Do not play if you are under 18. I repeat, do not play if you are under 18. Takumi swung the D-sword where he stood. He pointed the tip at No Rose. The circling snake snapped its body like a whip, and its jaw bit down on No Rose. No Rose had never seen a D-sword do something like this. He couldn't tell if this was Takumi's delusion or some hidden Gigalomaniac power. The black fangs were eating away at his body. He was falling apart, but it was so slow, like a frog slowly being devoured in the belly of a snake. The darkness was slowly swallowing him up. He felt no pain. Death should have been instant. But Takumi didn't want that. No Rose realized this and laughed bitterly. He wasn't afraid of death. His ideal, the completion of Noah 2, was at hand.
私を殺してもノア2には誰も近づけない。永久期間なんですよ、それは。
Perpetual motion machine, an engine which can operate forever without any kind of external energy input. Oh, I just realized we had got one. I was kind of keeping an eye out for one. I didn't realize we had gotten it. We've got all the B's now. We almost have all the C's. But the A's are the ones that we've just been not getting so far, which is kind of interesting, because we're still missing most of them. No, half of them, I guess. Number 2 and number 3. We're getting most of the... See, we have all the E's, all the F's, H. There's only one J. All the L's, all the M's. Missing only one P, and P's got quite a few too. Got all the T's now, U's, and there was only one Z.
人類を未来永劫にわたって管理し続ける。ただ座して眺めているだけではない。人の幸福のために干渉してくる人工の神なのです。
I did actually read that one, right? Perpetual motion machine? And then, yeah, an engine which can operate forever without any kind of external input. In a way, No Rose was the creator of a god. As long as Noah 2 existed, humanity would not go extinct. No Rose's utopia would be realized. But... The snake holding No Rose began to move. It raised his body up high. No Rose's expression was one of pure shock, but it quickly changed into one of pain. The snake flung his body around in a circle like it weighed nothing. Takumi gave a quick glance at Rimi. Their eyes met. What was she thinking right now? It would be easy to read her mind, but Takumi didn't. Looks like I was able to save you. He quickly looked away. His gaze was now fixed on Noah 2, still emitting its roar, the seat of God, which none could approach, a cradle that showed happy dreams. He whispered to no one in particular. This machine would create an eternal paradise, a future without conflict, and now Takumi was about to ruin that future. Whether that was wrong or right, Takumi didn't know.
でも神話でもよくあるでしょう。神だって女絡みでうだうだやってる。だから僕も
Sacrificing humanity's happiness for the sake of a girl he loved. Takumi drew the hand which held his D-sword back behind his body. and then thrust it forward like a spear. The black snake charged forward in a straight line. Its prey, No-Rose, was impaled on its fangs as it raced towards Noah too. A spear of pure antiparticles. It had no will of its own. Thus there was nothing for Noah 2 to disrupt. The all-encompassing torrent of destruction used No-Rose as its key and easily broke through the delusion barrier. At some point, it must have started to rain. There was a violent explosion. The shock wave picked me up like a rag doll and sent me flying. The next thing I knew, I was here. Those eyes were always watching me. Their gaze passed through the thick black rain clouds and came down on me like rain. Don't look at me. More than the rain's chill, the cold of the rubble beneath my back made my body shiver endlessly. It's so, so cold. And the gaze that bored into me from above the sky, whose it was, I don't know. I lifted my head a little and looked around, seeking a way to escape it. I saw the shattered remains of a city. I saw despair. I saw death. I saw nothingness. Nobody was there. Nobody was moving. Nobody was alive. Was the rain going to keep on falling until it washed away everything, the living and the dead, until it had gently submerged everything and swept it away? A part of me hoped that this was all just a simple delusion, but I guess I wasn't so lucky. My body refused to move. The only things I could move were my head and my eyes, and just barely at that. I couldn't use the monstrous power I had used just a moment ago. My body was shaking, but that was just an involuntary reflex. It wasn't my will. I didn't want my body to shake. If my body wouldn't listen to me, then it wasn't really my body at all. Maybe it never listened to me in the first place. Nobody knows where the soul is really kept after all. So who could be sure that my soul was really inside this body? But if that was the case, then where was I? Was I here? Was I nowhere? In this broken world where nothing moved, I suddenly heard a sound that wasn't the rain of death. A single someone came out from the nothingness. Who are you? Do you look so pale because you're cold, or because you're dead? But she wasn't shivering. She wasn't shivering, and her eyes, which were hidden almost completely beneath her bangs, don't look at me. They looked so sad, but they also seemed filled with madness. They seemed like they weren't seeing anything at all. If, maybe, the only things in this world were her and me, and we kept looking at one another like this forever, would my world be only what was reflected in her eyes? And would her world be only what was reflected in my eyes? In her eyes I was reflected, in my eyes she was reflected. When I thought about it that way, the world suddenly seemed so much smaller. Suddenly I heard static that sounded so pretty. Her head fell forward, and she spread out her hands, as if she was about to take flight towards those rain clouds. or as if she were trying to take all the rain into her
あなたを
hands.
見つめる妄想
With her head bent forward, I couldn't see the look on her face from where I lay. What do you look like behind the veil of rain between us?
殺してあげる
An angel. Are those wings of a light blessing for upon me, or now I see. I understand. You're going to use that to kill me, aren't you? Slowly she dropped to her knees in front of me. She was still bent forward. She embraced my head gently. I felt relieved that she wasn't looking at me, and let her take me into her arms.
殺さなくちゃいけないの
She whispered into my ear, the pretty static.
ごめんね
There's no need to apologize. If I don't disappear, the other me, the real me, will die. So this is for the best. If you're the one to erase me, that's all I need. It's a happy ending for a monster. I have no regrets. I felt something warm, soft, gentle, and sweet. If it was like a drug, the faint sensation of her breathing tickled my cheeks. I smelled something so very sweet. Suddenly I felt a pressure on my chest. The huge sword in her hands tore through the skin of my chest, ripped through the meat behind it, slid between the bones, and sank through my body. But her kiss was like a drug, and I felt no pain. Suddenly I felt as sad, like my tears were going to start overflowing. And to stop myself, I looked over her shoulder at the dull gray, rainy sky. So did we go in a circle or... Okay. I'm not sure if we went in a circle or if the beginning was just a flash to the end or what, but I know there are multiple endings. So enjoy the credits and then we'll start exploring. Because that is one ending. Yeah. Silent Sky End reached ending A. Alright, alright. That's what's up. Extra CG library is now available. Sound library is now available. Movie library is now available. Saving system data. Okay, let's do this. We're going to start skipping a bit more, for the stuff we've seen, but it shouldn't skip anything we haven't seen if it's properly programmed.
誰もいない。誰も動いていない。体が動かない。僕の名前は西條匠、17歳。水明学園2年。片付けろよな。誰だよ散らかしっぱなしにしたのは。って僕か。
Of course, you needed to attend a certain number of classes to graduate, so I went just enough to get the bare minimum passing grade. Grim was the screen name of a guy I always partied up with in ESO. School swimsuit plus classes. No. Competition swimsuits are better than school swimsuits. No. Socks, over the knee socks. Socks which go up to above the knee. It's not about just showing skin, A fully dressed girl with no panties is sexier than Penmoro, right? It's the same deal. I mean, I'm okay with either. Panmoro, a state where panties are fully visible, a more extreme form of panchira or a panty flash. No panties, a method of illustrating where the viewer should, by virtue of the viewing angle, be able to see a girl's panties, but the panties themselves are not drawn. This fuels the viewer's delusions and makes them wonder if perhaps she isn't wearing any. Oh my. Oh my, oh my, oh my. So I guess this changes a little bit depending on if we say no glasses and stuff, so there might be multiple here that we can potentially get, I guess. If we start missing some tips later on, we'll have to, I guess we'll have to see multiple choices there, but what are you telling me don't understand how hot no panty stuff is? I like my girls totally naked. You don't understand Moe at all. A complete and utter perv, that's our Nightheart. We fear him, but we love him. LOL. Calm down, man. I mean, maybe I did get a little excited. I tried to be the cool silent type. Cool. LOL. Don't laugh. Anyway, what were we talking about before I fell asleep? I was trying to be friendly here. This is supposed to be a no lurker channel anyway. That's the nice thing about the internet. A man's stomach ripped open, the body of an unborn baby stuffed inside. Just imagining it made me want to vomit. This Shogun guy was just so shady. It was making me delusional when I didn't need to be. At Cafe shortly past 3, like most weekends, despite the late hour, you could hear the sound of the keyboard coming from several places in the cafe. In room 37, there was a young boy staring into his PC monitor, not moving an inch. He wasn't sitting in the booth's reclining chair, though. He was in a wheelchair. Yeah, you're the hero we all love and adore. Mochisuke. New generation, you know about it, right? Is this being auto-skipped? I can't tell. It looks like stuff we've already seen, though. This is... For the first time, the unmoving boy reacted. His piercing eyes stared into the monitor from beneath his cap. He let out a soft whisper, too quiet for anyone else to hear.
これが次のニュージェネの妄想なんだね。
What is it? A picture of the corpse. Gotcha. Who drew this? I whipped it up in 2 minutes just now. Yeah, see, we've seen this part before. Yeah, or I guess the nurse. Once he saw that the person named Grimm had left the chat, he began to act. His wrinkled hands moved towards the keyboard. The boy's goal was to make contact with Nightheart, to warn him, and to make him afraid. So this is from Grimm's side, from Shogun's side of the things. Okay, I gotcha. His lips twisted slightly. To someone else, it might look like an expression of pain, but in fact he was smiling. Nightheart had reacted to his message. It might have seemed like a big deal, but to him it was a miracle. Yeah, so we're seeing things from Shogun's side right now. Suddenly his hands froze.
思い出して。君は知らないだろうけど、知っているんだ。
A strange, seemingly meaningless whisper, one that seemed to be directed toward Nightheart on the other side of the screen. He tapped a single formula into the computer, fingers dancing lightly across the keys. That is a lot of links. Nightheart stopped reacting. He guessed that the boy was looking at all the links he had copy-pasted into the chat. It might not have been a pleasant experience for Nightheart, but there was a reason he had to make sure they were seen.
怖いかい。でもだからこそ、君は目覚めることができるんだ。
He talked to himself as he typed one last thing. Whose eyes are those? He left the chat room without waiting to see Nightheart's reaction. Then he took a small breath and tapped lightly on the wall of the little room. He heard the sound of someone standing up in the next room over. The door to his own room, room 37, opened from the outside. A girl was standing there, unsmiling and with a stern expression. She grabbed onto the handles at the back of his wheelchair.
もう一人のあなたとは接触できた？
His voice was calm and natural, but the girl could sense the slightest bit of tension in it.
何かあったの？
西条匠に接触してきたのは僕だけじゃなかった。おそらく監視がついている。
そっか。
She said nothing more as she silently pushed his wheelchair towards the front of At Cafe. Well, most of those enemies were just haters, though. You know, the guys who were jealous of Nightheart's strength and charisma. It wasn't a very old school. It had been built within the last 10 years. Well, I guess the rules were really there in name only. Nobody enforced them. By the time I arrived at the school gate, there were enough students around me that was starting to get noisy. To be honest, I was really surprised to hear that from him. As I looked at the excitement on Misumi's face, I finally understood it. It's just a coincidence. I'm hallucinating. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Whoever did it is inside the school. They're taunting me. I want to erase it now.
Oh. コーラしかないじゃん。ミルクティー。
I bought that soda with my own money. So yeah, the delusions are like the choices or whatnot. You gotta get the choices right. And it looks like there's a little bit different anyways. Just on virtue of, We haven't gone to chapter 2 yet, right? I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay. Wait a second. Did I just see something? What was I looking at? Garo Froggy, a character popular with high school girls. I had seen it somewhere before. Where? Oh, right. Nanami had the same strap on her phone. That was all. That's right. What was I thinking? Why did I feel so scared all of a sudden? I was just being a dork. Nanami said that Garo Froggy was really popular with teenage girls. It shouldn't be that unusual for you to have some of this stuff. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Really, having a vivid imagination could be a handicap sometimes. It got exhausting being afraid of your own delusions.
西条くん
She looked up at me, tilting her head. I quickly forced myself to smile back.
それ本当に流行ってるんだなってゲロカエルン
What kind of reaction is that? Why do you look so tense? Did I say something wrong? All I did was talk about Garo Froggy. So why? The smile disappeared from her face, and she turned her head down so I couldn't see what her expression was like anymore. The bad feeling hadn't gone away, the deja vu I had felt since I had seen the 3 Garo Froggies on her bag. Had I really seen them before? I had seen 3 Garo Froggies somewhere before, and Yua was afraid that I had remembered where. A sense of distrust welled up within me and began to take control of my heart. Should I trust her or not?
ゲロカエルン西条くんも知ってるんですね
Her voice was trembling.
本当に大人気ですよね私もあんまり可愛いとは思わなかったりするんですけど何人かの友達からもらっちゃって気がついたら3つになってまして
Her words were sounding more and more unnatural as she talked. She wasn't looking at me. She wasn't looking at me and smiling. A moment ago, she had been so peaceful, so kind. I felt so hollow and empty. Please don't say another word, I whispered in my heart.
見せてあげましょうか
She reached out toward her bag and tried to take the straps off.
ちょっと待ってくださいね
Her hand was shaking a little. Maybe she was nervous because she couldn't get them off.
変だなどうして外れないんでしょう絡まっちゃってるのかな
She finally yanked one off by force, knocking the bag off the bench. It hadn't been zipped up, so her notebooks and textbooks went spilling everywhere. It wasn't long at all before I was called into the exam room. I thought I would be asked to wait longer, but that wasn't the case at all. What about all those people in the lobby? Maybe they were all fakes, put there by the hospital to make it look busy. It was a different exam room than the one I had seen in 4 years ago, but I recognized how he welcomed me when I came in.
やあ西条くん
He He stood up with a friendly smile and offered me a hand. I realized he wanted a handshake and hurriedly shook it back.
また君に会えて嬉しいよ。いや、嬉しいというのは変かな。君にしてみれば、またここに来るというのは辛いことなわけだからね。
It had been 4 years, but the doctor was still really friendly. I had been feeling a little nervous, but I quickly calmed down.
それで、今日はどうしたんだい?
He motioned for me to sit down, and I did. Maybe I felt a little too at ease, because I told him everything that had happened, and everything that might have happened. I wasn't used to talking to people, so I kept tripping over my own words, but he never pushed me. He just nodded and listened. Of course, I told him about Yua and the demon girl. Everything. It occurred to me that that might be dangerous, but he was the only one I could rely on right now.
結論から先に言おうか。
After I finished, he thought for a while before opening his mouth.
君は正常だよ。何の問題もない。
本当ですか？
もちろん。
Those were the words I wanted to hear more than anything. I had come all the way to this hospital just to hear them. I had been terrified he was going to say there was something wrong with me, but now I was glad I had come.
むしろ、おかしいのはその楠木さんという女性だね。西条くんの話だけで判断するのは難しいが、おそらくその女性は精神的な障害を患っているだろう。今後、君に危険を及ぼすような行動に出る可能性がある。すぐに警察に通報しよう。
The police. Yeah, that might be the safest option. There was something wrong with Yua. She was crazy. Just the thought of her coming after me again was enough to make me shiver.
もちろん、僕も責任を持って君を保護するつもりだ。
He gazed firmly at me, gave me a friendly pat on the shoulder, and then he even gave me his business card. It had his cell phone number on it.
何か問題が起きたらいつでも連絡をくれて構わないよ。24時間いつでも君のところに飛んでいくからね。
いいんですか？
当たり前だよ。僕は君の主治医なんだから。
I was almost ready to cry. I was so happy he was my doctor. There weren't many like him these days.
悪魔女のことについても通報した方が良さそうだね。西条くん、君の見たその女がニュージェネの真犯人で間違いないよ。これはものすごい目撃証言だ。
He was getting a little excited, but he wasn't letting it show in his voice. His tone was as calm as ever.
事件は西条くんのおかげで解決だ。君は渋谷のヒーローだよ。僕はこの瞬間に立ち会えて実に光栄に思う。
I was a hero. This wasn't ESO. A person like me couldn't be a hero. But just imagining it made me grin. All the middle school girls and high school girls and college girls and office ladies in Shibuya, all screaming my name. I would be a celebrity. I could be on TV, but I didn't like being in front of people, so I would start a venture company instead. Then I would make a ton of money as a famous CEO. I would have a bunch of pretty girls as secretaries in my own personal harem. Of course, they would all be totally in love with me. I would have a high-rise condo in Roppongi and lots of cute maids at my service, like my own personal maid cafe. And of course, they would be willing to serve me at night too. JK, JK.
まさに勝ち組。
Uh-huh. Suddenly, I realized I was still sitting on the sofa in the lobby. I started looking around the room, unsure of what had just happened. There was an old, hunched-up woman sitting next to me. Her eyes were buried so deep in her wrinkles that I couldn't tell she was awake or not. I looked up at the clock above the reception counter and saw that I had been here in the lobby for over an hour. Was that just a dream? Had I fallen asleep while I was waiting since I hadn't slept at all last night? If only it had been real. I felt so disappointed. In the end, I waited another 2 hours before they finally called my name. When I went into the exam room, it was the same as I had seen in my dream. I thought for a minute I was back in the dream again. Takashina looked just like he had in my dream, too. Maybe he just hadn't changed much over the past 4 years. But he didn't stand up and didn't ask to shake my hand. And he didn't seem happy to see me again, like in my dream.
西条です。
ん？ああ、これはご丁寧に。高階です。はじめまして。
タッキー、外出嫌いなのに病院帰らなくてもいいよ。
どういうこと？
迎えに来たから。
Her whispered voice sounded so real. I felt her poking my cheek. At least it kind of felt like that. I slowly opened my eyes.
おはよ、ボケナス。
Next to my bed, I saw Seiratan, pre-transformation, Seira Emanogawa version. She wasn't 1/8 scale. She was full-sized and she moved smoothly and realistically. I gulped and sat up, poking the life-size Seiratan in the chest.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
They were soft. She wasn't a figure. It was really her. Seiratan had come into the 3D world.
No. ここは二次元だよ。
It is, even though they're so soft.
二次元的にプニプニなんさ。
I didn't know what that meant, but if they were soft, that was all that mattered. I realized belatedly that I had just touched her breasts, and suddenly got really embarrassed. The life-size Sarah was really cute. I could just die of moe, and she was so realistic too. That's why I suddenly felt guilty for touching her breasts, and worried that she might hate me for it.
ごめん、セイラタン。
タッキーならいいよ。
本当？
他の人にはこんなことされるのは嫌だけどさ。特に進むとか。あいつに胸触られたら金棒で月までぶっ飛ばしちゃってる。静かに。声出すと看護師さんたちに見つかっちゃうっしょ。
Seiratan seemed to be paying close attention to what was going on outside the curtain. She took off her shoes and quietly got up on the bed with me, being careful not to make a sound. She lifted herself onto my lap. I almost said something, but quickly put my hand over my mouth. Seiratan was sitting on my lap. Her panties were brushing up against my crotch. Oh no, my little man was about to lose control. Seiratan put her face up close to mine. She smelled good, so this was what Seiratan smelled like.
ねえねえ、タッキーも二次元になっちゃうべきだよ。
What did she mean?
タッキーはまだ3次元なんさ。 だから私が二次元にしてあげる。いいっしょ。
Could she do that?
できるよ。それにすっごく気持ちいいよ。
I could hear the sound of the nurses walking around outside and of the doctor talking to another patient. The only thing separating me from them was a single curtain. If it was opened, everyone would see us. The excitement and guilt I felt from doing something like this at a hospital was making me dizzy, especially since I was doing it with Seiratan, my absolute favorite wife. I was so happy. I couldn't think about anything else. I just nodded my assent.
そうこなくっちゃ。そんなタッキーが好き。
She pressed her lips against mine. Oh my. They were so soft. Was this 2D softness too? Maybe they were softer than real ones. My brain wasn't keeping up with these sudden H-game developments. All I could do was sit there. As I sat in confusion, Seiratan's tongue slipped between my lips. I felt so much pleasure, I thought I would go crazy. Who knew a kiss could feel so good? I wanted her luscious tongue to keep having its way with my mouth forever. I wrapped my hands around her waist, but her body was flat because she was 2D. It was soft, but flat, like kissing paper, maybe, but it still felt so good that I didn't care. I was so overcome that I couldn't even think about it. Seiratan was so hot. She sucked on my tongue. I felt like I was about to die. I couldn't take it. It was starting to hurt. The suction coming from her mouth was incredible. I tried to pull my tongue back, but I couldn't. She sucked harder. My tongue was being pulled forward so hard I thought it might tear. And not just my tongue. The back of my throat burned. My eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. I couldn't breathe. My chest hurt. It felt like my stomach was being turned inside out. She sucked harder. Seiratan was sucking up everything. My organs, my flesh, my bones. I could feel my beating heart pounding as it came up my throat. I could hear the thick arteries connected to it snapping within my body. It was an impossible feeling. The pain was unbearable, but more than that, it felt good. My whole body had become an erogenous zone, literally every inch of me, not just my skin, but the inside of my throat, my heart, my blood vessels, my lungs, my intestines. Seiratan had her way with my body, sucked it up. Being eaten by her felt so good, made me so happy that I felt that I might pass out. I was going to die. I was going to die of pleasure. Was not expecting Vor in my horror game, but here we are. I was not expecting Vor today, but we got ourselves some Vor apparently. God damn. This game is just wildin'. So yeah, that happened. Seiratan let go, satisfied after sucking up everything inside my body. A mix of blood and drool was dripping from her lips.
タッキーのすごく美味しかった。
She smiled seductively. I didn't have the strength to answer. She had taken everything from me. I would never felt such incredible pleasure. I couldn't even think. My mind felt like it was in a thick fog. I had trouble forming coherent thoughts.
ほら、タッキー、自分の体見てみて。タッキーもこれで二次元の住人だよ。
Unsteadily, I lowered myself off of the bed. My body was flat like hers now. It was hard to walk. I felt unsteady and soft, and couldn't stand up. I fell to my knees and then collapsed to the ground without a sound. Say, Rattan, I can't get up. Help me. I heard her voice from up on the bed.
二次元へようこそ。
I leapt up, only to find myself still on the bed. My heart was pounding so fast. My heart was still in my chest. I patted myself all round my body. It wasn't flat. I was still 3D. Say, Rattan was nowhere to be seen. Of course she wasn't.
夢か。
I wasn't sure if that had been a good dream or a bad one. I let out an unconscious sigh. What I had just experienced was right out of a doujinshi I had bought, a blood-toon one by Circle Piru Piru. I must have used that doujinshi as a basis for my delusions. Why didn't I realize why I was in the dream? I knew, of course, that you never knew you were in a dream while you were in one, but it still bothered me, unless you were having a lucid dream, in which you do, but that's a whole other ballgame.
西条さん。
I heard a voice call me from behind the curtain. It quickly opened, and I saw the nurse from before, Hazuki.
おはようございます。
I looked down and bowed to her slightly and silently.
結局3時間ぐっすりでしたね。
It's been 3 hours already. I hadn't really kept track of time because of that crazy dream, but I must have been really tired.
少しうなされていたみたいですけど、大丈夫？
I couldn't tell her that was a naughty dream. I was a little ashamed of my libido, to be honest.
でも、無遊病の症状は結局出ませんでしたよ。
Her tone was reassuring. Very nice. Without taking her eyes off me, she walked right off the stage. The members of Phantasm began to play again, but she wasn't singing. As she slowly worked her way through the crowd, she threw off her jacket in a languid motion, exposing her sexy shoulders. The fans began to get excited again. They raised their fists and jumped up in the air. The vibrations were shaking the floor like an earthquake, but nobody tried to touch her. She seemed almost sacred to them. You would think if someone with her charisma came down into the audience, people would be jumping all over her. But some kind of unspoken understanding kept her believers from touching her. Even so, feeling her so close, smelling the scent of her sweat, touching the same air as her, these were the greatest joys her followers could ask for. Maybe this was some kind of performance she did at every concert, I thought, but then I was shocked at what she did next. She began to casually take off her belt. She tossed it into the crowd, and all her followers scrambled to grab it for themselves. Fess gave them a contemptuous glance, and then she lowered the zipper on her miniskirt. It fell to the ground. Revealing sexy black underwear. Fess didn't seem to mind exposing herself to her followers at all. Maybe she was high on the excitement, or maybe it was part of the performance, or maybe she was just an exhibitionist. I didn't know, but she was so sexy I couldn't take my eyes off her. Fess looked back at me. She gave me a seductive smile. Her gaze was locked on me. She got closer and closer as if homing in on a target. And when she got right in front of me, she exhaled, her breath soft and sweet, like a lover, and embraced me. Her skin was slick with sweat. The smell and the warmth made me dizzy. She pressed her chest against me. It heaved up and down rapidly with each breath. They say that singing takes a lot of energy, but I could feel her hot, panting breath directly through my skin. Her arms were wrapped tightly around my back. Her nails dug into my neck. Her thighs clung to my legs. My body felt like it had been hit by lightning. I couldn't push her off or even return her embrace. All I could do was stand there, blinking in confusion. Her followers started to cheer once again. It was almost like a scream. The band's performance became louder and more violent. The cries of Fess, Fess filled the hall, and then they started to mix with cries of do it, do it. Do what? I didn't understand. Fess was silently holding on to me. I looked over at Misumi for help. He was exchanging a deep kiss with a female audience member. No, it wasn't just Misumi. The other followers, male and female, had all cast off their clothes and were embracing each other. Some were kissing, and some were even starting to have sex. It quickly turned into a loud screaming orgy. There were moans, cheers, and the indecent sound of flesh rubbing flesh, all of it accompanied by the band of Phantasm. A black mass. I finally understood. Fess was a witch, and this was her obscene Sabbath. And I had been chosen to be the night's sacrifice. I would be Fess's partner. Did this happen at every Phantasm concert? I started to get caught up in it too. It was like a thin veil of fog was covering my mind. A sense of fear and anticipation of what was to come. A sense of ecstasy and superiority at being chosen as her partner. I thought I would go crazy. She laughed again, right up against my ear. Even amid the flood of sound, I could still hear it clearly. It was such a sexy sound. Just hearing it felt like enough to make me pass out. But Fess was inviting me to experience an even greater pleasure. She softly bit my ear, and then blew a hot breath into it. And then she whispered,
その目、誰の目?
Well, okay then. I'm starting to have a feeling most of the positive delusions might be very naughty. I'm starting to think that the positive ones are just like that. Oh my. I was sitting in front of my computer, enjoying my delusions. The concert I had gone to today was a good change of pace. Fess was pretty cute for a 3D girl. Having so many people around triggered my agoraphobia hard, though I definitely wasn't going to go back. In the end, I had gotten sick from being around the crowd and fled the concert hall. Agoraphobia, fear of open spaces or crowds. Many hikikomori or semi-hikikomori like Takumi suffer from this disorder. Your delusion level is, to be blunt, 0. Your personality may be, if anything, a little too realistic, but your real life is a fulfilling one, with lots of friends and a big social circle. You've had many romantic partners and your work or schooling is going extremely well. You've never needed to have delusions about anything. Why a person like you would decide to play a game like this is a mystery. Please continue to live a happy, optimistic life in the 3D world. Many fun things are waiting for you there. If you see somebody lost in their own delusions with a dorky grin on their face, make sure you don't call them a creep. Be nice to them, actually. Then all the girls will think you're a nice guy. Alright, so we've got number 2. Kind of curious what number 3 is. We've got all the B's. But number 3 is the last A one we don't have. Interesting that okay. Anyway, today's delusion was a good one. Maybe Fess and Phantasm really were doing that stuff at their concerts. And maybe today they just didn't for some reason. Anyway, time for some ESO.
Neえナイトハルト。
And then let's go to the 2D world. I hadn't typed anything into the keyboard, but Nightheart was talking. I thought I was hallucinating and rubbed my eyes, but the text remained on the chat window. The 2D world. You can be a hero too. Let's fight side by side.
僕に言ってるの。
You're not interested in anything 3D, right?
いや、そうだけど。
If Nightheart was talking to me, the person inside him, the player, did that mean he had a will of his own? Touch your monitor, and then you can come to Baselard as Takumi Nishijo. The password is... Whose eyes are those?
だが断る。二次元世界に行くならせっかくだから僕はエロゲの世界を選ぶぜ。バゼラードはお前に任せるよ、ナイトハルト。
I answered, then powered off my computer. Girl B was looking down at me coldly. She was really close. Her bare legs were right in front of me, and if I moved my head a bit, I could probably see what was under her skirt.
やはり見えるのか。
すいません。見てないです。
I quickly looked down. She was asking if I had seen her panties, and if I said yes, she was going to start something. But I didn't see them. I swear. I could probably see them with a little work, but I haven't seen them yet. Also, I'm not interested in 3D girls' panties. I only like the panties on figures of 2D girls.
嘘だ。絶対見た。さっきからチラチラ見てただろ。
本当に見てない。
For some reason, Girl B began to take off her shoes and socks. I almost caught a glimpse up her skirt as she lifted her legs, but quickly looked away. I tried to find an opening to escape, but even as she stripped off her socks, she was still staring at me. Now barefoot, she stood right in front of my face, her lips curling into a cruel smile. Her warm, bare foot suddenly pressed into my crotch. I was stunned by the sudden humiliating move.
ほら、どうだグー。
やめ。
The people around me were ignoring us. You would think at least one person would have stopped to help. The world was such a cold place.
だんだん大きくなってきたぞ。
How could she be doing this to me in the middle of Center Street? It was humiliating, but it felt so good.
答えろ。見えるんだな。ディソードが。
I came back to my senses and looked back up at Girl B's face. She was still wearing her shoes and socks, and she wasn't rubbing her foot on my crotch. Just a delusion. It looked like she wasn't going to be starting something over whether I had seen her panties or not, either. But a D-sword. What was that? I had never heard that word before. It was clear she was referring to the strange sword-like object in her hand. But why did she want to know if I could see it?
私、好きな人がいるのよ。
え？マジ？何？それって俺のこと？
そこの人。
そこ？
Who was she talking about? She wasn't pointing anywhere in particular. She was just staring at me and nobody else. Was I the one Fess liked?
この前、ライブに来てたわね。
She came up to me. Her gaze was still locked onto my face. The people around us started to murmur. Everybody was waiting to hear what Fess, the most popular female singer in Shibuya, was about to say.
いや、俺もライブに行って。
一目で悟ったわ。
Fess was ignoring Misumi. She grabbed the necktie of my uniform and pulled me close. I was close enough that I could clearly hear her breathing. You could be this close to someone if you had a very special relationship. Not friends, not even family would be good enough. Yes, this was a closeness for lovers.
私の運命の人だ。
She gently stroked my cheek with her hand, the net neutral expression still on her face. Something about it made me shudder. I was enchanted by Fess. I couldn't look away.
決めたわ。私、君のお嫁さんになる。
The words she said didn't match her flat expression of ennui, but the gap mode this created was very cute. The people around us began to murmur in awe at Fess's de facto declaration of our betrothal. Misumi was so frustrated about losing to me that he dropped to his knees.
僕の意見は無視ですか？嫌じゃないです。
Part of me felt like I should think about this more, but marrying a girl this pretty would make the rest of my life a happy one for sure. And thus the sweet and romantic love story between me and Fess began. Or did it? Except, of course, that didn't happen. While I was enjoying my ridiculous delusion, Fess had whispered something and quickly disappeared.
自信なくすぜ。くそー。
Misumi was in a gloomy mood after being completely ignored. If she was able to so easily ignore an approach from a guy like him, maybe Fess was a Yuri type. Yuri, a girl who sees other girls as potential romantic partners.
それはすごくいいスールです。
Her ideal partner would be a lolly type like, say, Nanami. Yep, totally.
あんな不愛想な女、もう二度と相手にしてやるもんかよ。あー、うぜえ。だいたい何が剣を見つけろだ。わけわかんねえ。
剣？
ああ、岸本がそう言ってただろ。剣を見つけろ。そうすれば救われるって。
Salvation.
なあ、ターク。ファンタズムの歌にそんな歌詞でもあるのか？
The sword. Did she mean that thing at the concert? The one that looked like a mic stand? Come to think of it, just 2 days ago, somebody else had asked me about a sword.
Ah, バレちゃった。
当たり前だ。僕の後ろに立つなと何度言えば。
Did I just hear a girl's voice? I froze. Had the owner of the gaze finally shown themselves? Was that possible? Should I turn around and see who she was? But what if she attacked me as soon as I did? She sounded pretty cute, but what if she was a terrible monster? No, if she was a monster, she might be getting ready to attack me right now. If I didn't turn around, I could die before I even realized what was happening. Should I try saying something else to see if she answered? It could have just been a delusion, or maybe I'd just been hearing things. You know, like how I always hear my Sayritan figure talking to me. Like that. I tried to say, "Who the hell are you?" but I cut myself off. It wouldn't be smart to say anything to set them off, right? I might provoke them into attacking me. I was seeing so many awful things in my delusions that I couldn't move. What should I do? Maybe I was just being an idiot. If there was nobody there and I was just sitting in my chair, scared to death of my own delusions, I would look like the world's biggest moron.
あれ、タク？固まってる？
It wasn't a delusion. I wasn't hearing things. There was somebody behind me. Shocked, I turned around. It was the demon girl. It was the girl I had seen during Crucified. She was right there, sitting on my sofa. For some reason, she was grinning as she looked at me. Oh no, oh no, oh no. She was here to kill me at last. It was because I had talked to those cops. She had used her clairvoyant powers to see me doing it remotely. And now she had snuck into my room without making a sound, so she could watch me cry and scream and beg for mercy, and then kill me. I knew it. Don't kill me, I tried to scream, but I was too scared to get the words out. She stared at me, tilting her head, and recited a strange spell. She must be speaking in the demon language. She was going to curse me. I tried to hide under my desk to put as much distance between us as I could, but I was panicking so much that I hit my head on the edge instead and crumbled to the ground in pain. She still had a happy smile on her face, but it was just a trap to get me to drop my guard. I was sure of it. The second I let my guard down, she would come for me. Or maybe that spell a second ago had cursed me. In a few days, my body would start spurting blood from all its pores, and then I would die. I curled up into a little ball on the floor, cursing the detectives I had met earlier. That was just a lie I had told to buy time. The detectives had said they would protect me. If that older guy was doing his job right, he would surely send an officer to protect me. Then I realized I had told the officer my phone number, but I hadn't given him my address. She suddenly struck a pose, like she was at attention, and then even more strange, she made the sound effect of her hand snapping to attention with her mouth. Was this another demon spell? She didn't know. Was this some kind of joke? Or was this her way of telling me to forget that anything had ever happened? What was this girl thinking? Hadn't she come here to kill me? She got up from the sofa and offered me a hand. Her expression looked so kind, and, up close, I could tell that she was pretty cute. Wait, what had gotten into me? She was a demon. She wasn't pretty cute. She was a murderer. She had used Shua and Shogun to try and set me up, and now she was here to kill me herself. I couldn't let myself believe her. I had learned my lesson with Yua. I would never make the same mistake again. I didn't take the hand she offered me. I couldn't let her smile fool me. It was a demonic temptation, and if I gave into it, I would die. Don't believe in anything. Don't listen to anything anyone says.
見たんだ。お前が人を殺してるとこ。
あのさ、タク。それかなりひどいこと言ってるって気づいてる？まさか殺人犯呼ばわりされるなんてね。
What was she doing here?
ニュージェネも。
Like the other 4 times.
殺すんでしょう。それとも岩とか将軍とかがいる場所に連れてって。
岩？将軍？誰それ？
Maybe the 3 of them were going to work together and kill me when I was helpless.
そんなの嫌だ。助けて。
じゃあね。私を殺人犯扱いしなければ助けてあげる。
I knew it.
そんなビビらないでよ。いちいち私がへこむようなリアクションしてくれるよね。
お願いだ。 もう二度と誰にも喋らないから。だから見逃して。
もしもーし、タク、ちょっと落ち着こう。
She kept calling me Taku like we were friends. How did she know my name anyway? She had known my name when we had first met at the scene of Crucified. How? And how did she know where the base was?
当然でしょ。あなたの名前を知ってるのは。
She read my mind. She had magic clairvoyant powers. I knew it. That's how she found my name and address.
タクって結構独り言多いよね。前から思ってたことだけど。
Always? Since when was always? Wait, was I talking to myself? I couldn't tell. Really? Was I really talking to myself? Or was it possible she was lying? Was it possible she read my mind?
タクの名前を知らないわけないよ。私、物覚えはそんなに良くない方だけど。友達の名前くらい覚えるよ。
Friend?
それともタク、私のことバカにしてる？そりゃ私、テストの点数はそんなに良くないけど。面と向かってそういうこと言われると傷ついちゃうな。
Was she crazy? Wait, how could I be sure she was the crazy one? Was I crazy? Or was she?
もしかして転校生？
そういえば近いうちに転校生が来るらしいよ。スカチン先生が言ってた。
We were talking past each other. The fear that I could be killed at any moment was starting to fade. But instead, another type of fear was slowly working its way through my heart.
もしもし？その顔はまさかまだ信じてくれてない？
誰だ？
Who are you? She was a demon girl, a murderer.
タクこそクラスメートの顔を覚えてないんだ。ひどー。
We're classmates? Not just friends, but classmates?
でもまあしょうがないか。タクはあんまり学校来ないもんね。だからって私の存在丸ごとなかったことにするのはどうかと思う。私の名前本当に忘れちゃった？そんなことないよね。知ってるでしょ？あなたは知ってるはず。
リミ。
そう、正解。賞金50円プレゼント。私、崎畑リミです。なんだ、やっぱり覚えててくれたんだね。よかったよかった。
Why? Was it true? Was the demon girl's name really Rimi? Why had that name just come to me all of a sudden? Why did I know who she was? Had I just forgotten and we really were classmates or friends or something? No, that was impossible. I had never even heard the name Rimi Sakihara. It had to be a fake name. I had said Rimi and she had just played along with it. This was all just part of her game. The only 3D girl I knew who would talk to me like this was Yua, anyway. And Yua worked for her. In a flash, I suddenly understood. This Sakihara girl was using the same trick Yua had used. She was being all friendly, knowing that I wasn't used to talking to 3D girls. Then she would set me up to fall into a trap. Of course, I didn't remember the faces of all my classmates, and I wasn't interested in trying, but I was sure I had never seen her in my class. Wasn't I? No, I couldn't be sure. Every minute I spent at school, I spent at my desk, either enjoying delusions while pretending to sleep, or staring at the desk, or pretending to read a textbook. I didn't remember any of my classmates' names. I had never cared enough. Which was it? Was what this girl was saying true? No, It didn't matter whether or not she was a classmate. The one thing I was sure of was that she was a murderer.
もしかして本気で思い出せないの？さっき頭打ったせいで記憶喪失になっちゃった？
The demon girl reached out a hand towards my head. I ran under the desk again to dodge it.
変だよ。じゃあ大地に聞いてみて。そしたらタクも思い出せるかも。
Daichin? What the hell was that? A person's name? Some kind of code? A demon spell?
大地だよ、大地。三角大輔。
She knew Misumi's name, and she called him Daichin. You wouldn't do that unless you were pretty friendly with him.
ちょっと待ってね。
She went over to the bag next to the sofa. It wasn't one that I owned, and took out her phone.
大地、大地はと。よし、オッケー。はい。
She tapped it a few times and handed it to me. When I didn't take it, she chuckled and grabbed my hand.
ほら、固まってないで。
She forced the phone into my hand. The demon girl's hand was soft and a little cold. I was expecting it to be as cold as ice, but it wasn't. I guess even murderers have warm blood running through their veins. Actually, it was more girly than I expected, so my heart raced a little. No, I couldn't let her fool me. She was a demon. I couldn't let her tempt me. I wasn't into 3D girls. Seiratan, give me power.
タク、携帯使ったことないの？電話機は耳に当てるんだよ。
She was so close to me, staring. She took my hand and brought it up to my ear. I looked at the phone's LCD screen. The phone said Daichin on it, and it showed that I was already calling him. I put the phone up to my ear. I could hear the sound of the ringing, but then the sound cut off, and what I heard was... Was he talking to me or to the demon girl? Why had he said that? Whoever I was talking to, they went silent. They didn't give a name. They must have been outside somewhere downtown, because I could hear the hustle and bustle of a crowd around them. I was confused. I couldn't speak. I didn't know what to say. Misumi, if it really was him, quickly resumed speaking as he usually did. Rimi Sakihara. Misumi knew her? No, that wouldn't be that surprising. Misumi was a natural-born lady killer. I wouldn't be surprised if he had dated her before, or even if he was dating her right now. The question remained, was the demon girl my classmate? She was staring at me again. Damn it. Why did she have to be so close to me? I turned my back to her and spoke into the phone.
僕、西条。
なんだ、タクか。リミと一緒にいるのか？
Why didn't he find it surprising at all? It almost sounded like he expected us to be together.
またリミに振り回されてるのか？大変だな、お前も。でもよ、一つだけ言っていいか？お前、そろそろ自分の携帯変えよ。
Was the person on the end of this line really Misumi? It was possible that she was just having me call somebody with a voice similar to his to fool me. The person with the Misumi-like voice was working for her, maybe, and trying to trick me. I was starting to get suspicious of everything. I didn't know what was the truth and what was a lie. Assuming the demon girl was willing to put in the time and effort to set up a trap like that, What kind of trap was it, specifically? Wouldn't it be faster for her to just kill me here? Or was there some reason that I had to be deceived, even if it meant doing so in a really roundabout way? Wait, could it be some kind of trick Misumi was setting up? This girl was his girlfriend and not a classmate at all, but someone he had sent just to make fun of me. No, wait, not a chance. How would you explain the crucified murder then?
で、タク、なんか用か？俺としては野郎からの電話なんてあんま嬉しくねえんだけどな。
It certainly sounded like Misumi. The more I heard him talk, the less likely it seemed that the person I was talking to could be anybody but Misumi.
女の口説き方でも教えてもらいたいのか？なわけねえか。
I wasn't sure where to start. I could feel someone looking at me from behind. The girl was staring at me, and the prickling on the back of my neck was still there. What kind of face was she making? I wanted to look back and see, but I was too scared.
で、なんなんだ？今俺も女と一緒なんだよ。なるべく手短く。
その、
なんだよ。早く言えって。
うちのクラス。
ああ、うちのクラスがどうした？
いる
何か？
女子。
あ？
咲畑って名前の。
I was stammering really badly, but I finally managed to explain to him. He suddenly fell silent. There was no answer, but I could still hear the bustle of the crowd, so he hadn't hung up. Why wasn't he answering? I heard a massive sigh. What was he talking about? And anyway, it wasn't true that video games damage your brain.
それってリミのことだろ？リミの携帯でかけてきてるくせに何バカなこと言ってんだお前。わかった。お前もしかしてリミに何か指図されてんだろ？いたずらか？ドッキリか？じゃあリミに伝えといてくれ。お前の低レベルのドッキリに引っかかる。俺はバカじゃねえってな。
本当？
あ？何が？
本当にクラスメイト。
お前な。たまにしか学校来ねえから忘れちまったか？俺はともかく。お前は1年の時から同じクラスだろ？この前だって3人で一緒に映画見に行ったじゃねえか。
I couldn't understand what this Misuki-like person was saying. The demon girl and I had been in the same class the whole time. The three of us went to see a movie the other day. When was the other day?
俺がお前とダチになったのだって。最初はリミに付き合わされたのがきっかけだったしな。俺と同じでリミも物好きだからよ。ニートのお前を気にかけてやってるのは世界広しといえど俺とリミぐらいだぜ。あ、それは言い過ぎか。
Not a single one of the words coming through the phone felt real. How could they? None of the things he was describing existed in my memories. I couldn't accept that they had ever happened. What was this Misumi-like person telling me wasn't true? It wasn't real. If something really happened, you remembered it.
君は誰だ？
おいおい、マジでおかしくなったか？俺のことまで忘れたわけか？ゲームやりすぎ。
I couldn't take any more, so I hung up the phone. I suddenly realized that I was having trouble breathing. The sweat coming off my brow showed no signs of stopping. If anything, it was getting worse. I could feel it dripping off me and landing on the ground below.
タク、汗びっしょりだよ。
The demon girl looked genuinely worried as she handed me a handkerchief. It was a cute red one with no pattern on it. The handkerchief had a slightly floral scent. I didn't take it. Instead, I tried to get straight in my head what was going on. It didn't work, though. I just started getting suspicious of everything.
で、大臣はなんて？
She gave me a slightly disappointed sigh as she put away the handkerchief. Then she took on a victor's smile. It was as if she had known the answer from the start. I didn't have the strength to answer her. Who was this woman? Just my classmate? Or a monster? I didn't know. Maybe I was just crazy. Thinking back to my chat with Shogun, I couldn't be sure that someone else wasn't controlling my body. Or maybe there was some kind of accident that took my memories of this Rimi Sakihara girl away from me and left my other memories intact. What the hell was wrong with me? Amnesia? Sleepwalking? Something else?
大丈夫？体、辛いならソファーで横になる？
The demon girl spoke kind words to me. I needed to be especially careful around anyone who said kind words to me. Anybody who would be nice to a creepy otaku like me definitely had some kind of ulterior motive. I shook my head no and then forced myself to look up. The sweat got in my eyes and made my vision blurry. Her face was closer than I thought it would be. What color were her eyes?
なんで？
何何？
ここにいる。
なんでってタクに会いに来たんだよ。もしかして勝手に部屋に入ったこと怒ってる？でもそれはタクがちっとも返事してくれないから悪いんだよ。結構長い時間ノックしてたんだから。
I handed back the phone. As I watched her take it, I asked again.
なんで？
今度は何？
ここにいる。
Why had she visited me? If she came here to kill me, why wasn't she doing anything? He stood up without blinking even once. And I thought back to Fess, to Ayase Kishimoto, and what she had told me when I had met her at school. I had been too busy with my delusions to hear it, but Misumi had told me she had said this. Find the sword and salvation awaits. Find the sword and salvation awaits. And it is 1800, which means unless somebody redeems the redeem, it is time to end. Tomorrow we will probably be finishing off Bounty Hunter for Star Wars. I do believe we're on the last planet. And then we'll be starting a trooper run. We will be continuing Chaos Head Noah and finding the different endings and stuff next Monday, unless something crazy happens. Let me see what our raid potential options are. Okay. Here is the raid message. Stay safe, friends, and maybe I will see you tomorrow.